much for your work on these important issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lynch. And let me begin where you ended to say that what we're proposing really is to clarify. The argument could be made, I think, that the law now requires this kind of licensing, but I think you would agree with me that the costs of enforcing those rights through litigation, the financial costs, the delay, the costs in time, make it often a impractical or less effective remedy than is needed and deserved. Is that the thrust of your testimony?
Yes, Senator. If the big AI companies had agreed with that position, we would be able to negotiate arrangements with them. Unfortunately, they do not agree with that. They do not agree that they should have to be paying for this. So they believe that it is covered under fair use, and hence the lawsuits that you've already seen starting.
In a blog post, I believe, from OpenAI, reported very recently, within the last 24 hours or so, the reference was made, in fact, to ongoing negotiations preceding the New York Times lawsuit, and possibly other negotiations are ongoing. But in the long term, those kinds of individual ad hoc agreements will be unavailing to the smaller newspapers or broadcast stations that don't have the resources of a New York Times, correct?
Certainly, that would be a major concern, is that the amount of time it would take to litigate, appeal, go back to the courts, appeal, maybe ultimately make it to the Supreme Court to settle. Between now and then, there'd be many, many companies, media companies, that would go out of business.
One of the core principles of the framework that Senator Hawley and I have proposed is record keeping and transparency. Developers ought to be required to disclose essential information about the training, data, and safety of AI models to users and other companies. Ms. Coffey, you make the point that this is important for newspapers. The AI companies have been intensely secretive about where they get their data, but we know, based on even the limited transparency that's available to us, that they use copyright material, and it's the bedrock for many of their models. For example, Meta and other companies use a database called Books 3, which is a collection of nearly 200,000 pirated books. That's not public information, that's theft, in my view. I'm a former prosecutor, so I don't use that term lightly, but it seems to me that's the right term for it. So part of the problem is that AI companies are using this hard work, not just the sweat and tears and sometimes blood, but also the financial investment that is made to produce news. It doesn't appear magically. It's not out of thin air. It's an investment. And the kind of lack of transparency makes it harder for you to protect your rights. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we found the same thing with news media. 5 of the top 10 sites that are used by C4, which is the curated, more responsible data set that train the models of Common Crawl. We found that 5 of the top 10 were news media sites because it is quality, it is reliable, it is vetted and fact-based. And then we would agree that licensing would be the best marketplace solution so that we can avoid protracted litigation. And in order to do that, we need to know how they're using our content. So a searchable database would be something that we would recommend. There are other options and ways to do that, and I know that there's legislation that we're supportive of that would identify how our content is being used, because any sort of tagging that we do, any authentication, we work with Adobe and others, but it's stripped whenever they take our content, and it doesn't follow the content through to the output, so we don't know how our content is actually being used, and therefore we can't enforce, and it's difficult to negotiate if we don't have that information. There's different versions that might work, but we would be very supportive of that so that we can enforce our rights.
I would be very interested in more specifics from all the witnesses. We may not have time today to explore all the technical details, but obviously those details are important. I just want to emphasize the point that I think really all of you have made, which is there's great promise. There are tremendous potential benefits to using AI, for example, in investigative reporting, to go through court files or documents, discovery, depositions, all kinds of stuff that can be more effectively and efficiently explored and summarized by AI. But we also need to be mindful of the perils. We're going to have 5-minute rounds of questions, and I'll turn to the ranking member, Senator Hawley.
Thank you. Chair Durbin, on his vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 1.
Nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Next is Sarah Russell, nominated to the District of Connecticut. If no one seeks recognition, the clerk will
Mr.
call.
Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
Mr. Chairman, this is the final nominee I intend to speak on. Sarah Russell, before this committee, failed to disclose a 2020 letter to the Connecticut governor that she signed, claiming she had no memory of this letter from just 3 years ago. It's easy to see why she would want to forget this letter. The letter was on its face extreme, and in any normal administration, this letter would be disqualifying to serve as a federal judge. The letter demanded that, due to COVID, the governor of Connecticut should, quote, immediately release to the maximum extent possible people incarcerated pre-trial and post-conviction. In other words, let everyone out, pre-trial and post-conviction. That's everyone. But just as importantly as what the letter says about releasing criminals, it's what it doesn't say. There's nothing in her letter that would limit the release to certain classes of criminals. There's nothing that says nonviolent offenders. She's calling for the release of murderers. She's calling for the release of rapists. She's calling for the release of pedophiles and sex traffickers and child pornographers, all of them, to the maximum extent possible, should be released into the community. The letter also demands, quote, a moratorium on new admissions into jails and prisons. You can be an axe murderer in Connecticut, but she wants a moratorium on new admissions into jails and prisons. This nominee wanted the governor to stop arresting people for committing crimes. I don't know if the plan was to nicely ask criminals, would you please stop murdering people? Please stop dealing drugs until COVID goes away? Or if the plan was just to give violent criminals a stern talking to and hope they will behave differently. In any event, this position is extreme. I look around this committee room. Many of you represent blue states with a lot of liberals as your citizens. I do not know a single state. Illinois, Rhode Island, none of the states here. Connecticut, the people of Connecticut would be horrified to know that a woman who signed a letter calling on the governor to release violent criminals into their community is now going to be a federal judge with the power to release violent criminals into their community. This is not mainstream. This is extreme, and yet this is who President Biden has nominated, and this is who Senate Democrats, like the Politburo, line up and vote for. Not a one of you, there is not a state liberal enough that your citizens would be happy. Why did you vote to confirm a judge who called on releasing criminals and rapists and child predators into our communities? That's what she signed, and that is not a position that any reasonable person would want to give her the power to execute on what she advocated. And so I urge the White House to withdraw this nominee, and I urge this committee to reject this nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's nothing new here. This committee has already heard these allegations. and more. And I would just make a couple of quick points. I know we have a full agenda. First of all, this nominee is extraordinarily well qualified as a scholar, a litigator, a teacher over decades. And that's the reason why the people of Connecticut do strongly support her nomination and why President Biden commendably has nominated her. There's nothing here that's been said by my colleague from Texas or anyone else on this committee that detracts from her qualifications. As to this letter, Sarah Russell has disavowed the views in it. She has told this committee that signing it was a mistake. It was overbroad. She didn't write it. She didn't edit it. She doesn't agree with its views. And maybe I'm the only one on this committee, but there are a few letters I've signed that I look back and said, gee, maybe not such a good idea. She was among 1,500 endorsing individuals for a letter that she now acknowledges was overbroad. And she has said, most importantly to this committee, that none of those views would impact her sentencing of defendants or any other actions she would take on the bench. There are a lot of Republican nominees who have had to disavow past views. I could list them, but they include, for example, Kenneth Lee, nominated to the Ninth Circuit, Wendy Vitter to the District of Louisiana, others who have had to supplement their records, Naomi Rao, Amy Coney Barrett. It happens, and we know it happens. And often there are letters or articles or other kinds of documents that have to be provided afterward. Ms. Russell disclosed 4,700 pages of records. She missed this one letter, and it encompasses 3 substantive pages. I submit to my colleague she is eminently qualified, and I suggest an affirmative vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Food.
Aye.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Aye.
Ms. Arono. Aye. Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Ossoff.
Aye.
Mr. Welch. Ms. Butler. Mr. Graham.
No by proxy.
Mr. Grassley.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cruz. No. Mr. Hawley.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cotton.
No by proxy.
Mr. Kennedy.
No by proxy.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Zuckerberg,
Blumenthal, I'm sorry.
thank you.
I know both of them.
That was good enough. Mr. Zuckerberg, you know who Antigone Davis is, correct?
Yes.
She's one of your top leaders. In September of 2021, she was global head of safety, correct?
Yes.
And you know that she came before a subcommittee of the Commerce Committee that I chaired at the time, Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, correct?
Yes.
And she was testifying on behalf of Facebook, right?
Meta, but yes.
It was then Facebook, but Meta now. And she told us, and I'm quoting, Facebook is committed to building better products for young people and to doing everything we can to protect their privacy, safety, and well-being on our platforms. And she also said, kids' safety is an area where, quote, we are investing heavily, end quote. We now know that statement was untrue. We know it from an internal email that we have received. It's an email written by Nick Clegg. You know who he is, correct?
Yes.
He was Meta's president of global affairs, and he wrote a memo to you, which you received, correct? It was written to you.
So I can't see the email, but sure, I'll assume that you got it that correct.
And he summarized Facebook's problems. He said, quote, "We are not on track to succeed for our core well-being topics: problematic use, bullying and harassment, connections, and SSI, meaning suicidal self-injury." He said also in another memo, quote, "We need to do more, and we are being held back by a lack of investment." This memo has the date of August 28th, just weeks before that testimony from Antigone Davis, correct?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure what the date of the testimony was.
Well, those are the dates on the emails. Nick Clegg was asking you, pleading with you for resources to back up the narrative, to fulfill the commitments. In effect, Antigone Davis was making promises that Nick Clegg was trying to fulfill, and you rejected that request for 45 to 84 engineers to do well-being or safety. We know that you rejected it from another memo, Nick Clegg's assistant, Tim Colburn, who said, Nick did email Mark, referring to that earlier email, to emphasize his support for the package, but it lost out to the various other pressures and priorities. We've done a calculation that those potentially 84 engineers would have cost Meta about $50 million in a quarter when it earned $9.2 billion. And yet it failed to make that commitment in real terms, and you rejected that request because of other pressures and priorities. That is an example from your own internal document of failing to act, and it is the reason why we can no longer trust Meta and, frankly, any of the other social media to, in effect, grade their own homework. The public, and particularly the parents in this room, know that we can no longer rely on social media to provide the kind of safeguards that children and parents deserve. And that is the reason why passing the Kids Online Safety Act is so critically important. Mr. Zuckerberg, do you believe that you have a constitutional right to lie to Congress?
Senator, no, but I mean,
Well, let me just
you just put up a
clarify
bunch of
for
things.
you.
I mean, I'd like the opportunity
Let me
to
just
respond
clarify
to
for
what
you. In a lawsuit brought by hundreds of parents, some in this very room, alleging that you made false and misleading statements concerning the safety of your platform for children, you argued in not just one pleading, but twice, in December and then in January, that you have a constitutional right to lie to Congress. Do you disavow that filing in court?
Senator, I don't know what filing you're talking about, but I testified
filing
honestly
from-
and truthfully, and I would like the opportunity to respond to the previous things that you showed as well.
Well, I have a few more questions, and let me ask others who are here, because I think it's important to put you on record. Who will support the Kids Online Safety Act? Yes or no? Mr. Citron?
There are parts of the act that we think are great.
No,
and
it's a yes or no question. I'm going to be running out of time, so I'm assuming the answer is no if you can't answer yes.
we very much think that the national privacy
That's a
standard
no.
would be great.
Mr. Siegel?
Senator, we strongly support the Kids Online Safety Act, and we've already implemented many of its core provisions.
Thank you. I welcome that support, along with Microsoft's support. Mr. Chu?
Senator, with some changes, we can support it.
Well, in its present form, do you support it? Yes or no?
We are aware that some groups have raised some concerns. It's important to understand
I'll
how
take
those
that as a
concerns-
no. Ms. Yacarino.
Senator, we support COSA and will continue to make sure that it accelerates and make sure it continues to offer community for teens that are seeking that voice.
Mr. Zuckerberg.
Senator, we support the age-appropriate content standards, but would have some
Yes
suggestions
or no,
on how to
Mr.
implement
Zuckerberg? Do you support the Kids Online Safety Act?
Senator, I
it's a
think
measure
these are
that is
nuanced
public,
things.
and I'm just asking whether you'll support it or not.
These are nuanced things. I think that the basic spirit is right. I think the basic ideas in it are right, and there are some ideas that I would debate how to best
Okay,
implement them.
unfortunately, I don't think we can count on social media as a group or big tech to support this measure. And in the past, we know it's been opposed by armies of lawyers and lobbyists. We're prepared for this fight, but I am very, very glad that we have parents here, because tomorrow we're going to have an advocacy day. And the folks who really count, the people in this room who support this measure, are going to be going to their representatives and their senators, and their voices and faces are going to make a difference. Senator Schumer has committed that he will work with me to bring this bill to a vote, and then we will have real protection for children and parents online. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. We have a vote on, as Senator Cotton, have you voted on and Senator Hawley, you haven't voted yet?
Just so my colleagues will understand, I welcome and express gratitude for your testimony, but the position that I've heard expressed today is essentially that you will comply with the subpoena, but only and solely so far as Saudi Arabia allows you to do so, which is not compliance with the subpoena. You say that you're between a rock and a hard place, but you've chosen sides. You've chosen the Saudi side, not the American side. So let me just begin with a couple of overall questions. We're going to have 7-minute rounds, and we'll have a second round if we have time. Let me ask each one of you, and I think it's a yes or no question. If this were a subpoena from the United States Department of Justice or the Securities and Exchange Commission, would your position be the same? Mr. Lesser, yes or no?
Senator, we're caught between two sovereigns.
No, it's a yes or a no.
Laws.
Would your position be the same?
I think we would be taking legal counsel, as we have here, on what to do in a situation where there are two sovereigns that have put us in an
your
irreconcilable
position would be
position.
the same?
We would be taking counsel on how to handle the situation. We are caught between two sovereigns, and we are doing the best we can, including
Sternfeld, I don't mean to be rude, but I have limited time. Mr. Sternfeld.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we treat complying with all subpoenas under U.S. law incredibly seriously.
It would be the same. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Chairman. In the same way as we are here today, we would intend to comply fully, and we would intend to cooperate, and we would endeavor to work through all legal ramifications.
I'm going to take that as a yes. And Mr. Lesser, I'm going to take your response as a yes. It would be the same. Mr. Kerry?
Senator, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we will fully comply with the subpoena and any other subpoenas.
So your position would be the same. Let me ask each of you also a yes or no question. If we were talking about China, China issues some administrative court order, Beijing, saying you can't comply with a lawful subpoena from a United States congressional committee, would your position be the same, Mr. Lesser?
Our position is that we have to follow the laws in which the countries in which we operate, and we're caught between two.
So your position would be the same. You would comply only to the extent that the People's Republic of China, the PRC, would permit you to do so.
I think we would be looking for court guidance on a situation like that. And
American court guidance?
on an issue of international comedy, I believe, sir.
Mr. Sternfeld?
Senator, complying with the U.S. subpoena remains our highest priority while we continue to operate and abide by the laws of all the countries that we operate in.
You know, I'm going to take that as a yes also, even though I don't regard it as directly responsive. Mr. Klein?
Senator, thank you. We would intend, as we do here today, to cooperate fully, and we would also deal with, as we are today, expeditiously solving any legal constraint that we have.
So you would accept the order of the Chinese court telling you not to comply with the American subpoena. Mr. Curie?
Senator, I would, as I mentioned earlier, we will fully comply with the subpoena of the PSI. All we have asked for and been given by your staff is some time to work through the legal complexity, but PSI and the compliance with the subpoena is what we will do fully.
You know, I think a lot of the American public are going to be asking me and our colleagues when we go home, what are they hiding? What are they concealing? If it were a Department of Justice subpoena, or if it were a court order from China, their position would be the same. Is that a defensible position? I want to ask each of you, beginning with Mr. Lesser, what was your most recent amount of revenue in the last year from Saudi Arabia for your consulting services?
We don't disclose our revenues globally beyond our global revenues, Senator, so I can't share that information. We're a private company, with great respect, sir.
Do you calculate? Do you have those numbers?
Somebody probably does. I actually don't have that number, sir, Senator.
Mr. Sternfeld? What was the amount of revenue to McKinsey from Saudi Arabia in the last year?
Thank you, Senator. We operate in a regional model, so it's the Middle East, Africa, and Central Asia.
You don't break out revenue numbers for Saudi Arabia?
We break out by the region. That region in total, I don't have the exact figure, but it's less than 10% of our total revenue, sir.
Well, I'm interested in Saudi Arabia.
I'd be happy to come back afterwards on that.
Mr. Klein?
Thank you, Senator. We don't have that number here, but I'm happy to provide it for you. It was a very small number relative to the rest of our business, and we're happy to provide.
You'll provide that number. Thank you. Mr. Curie?
Senator, as I mentioned earlier, our contracts and fees are filed under FARA. I'll give you a sense of in 2022, our fees with PIF are just under $10 million.
Let me ask you, Mr. Curie, you have filed under FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Mr. Sternfeld's, McKinsey has not filed under FARA. I have the respective filings. I'll put them on the poster board. For each of your companies, yours is totally blank. Teneo has filed under FARA. What's the justification for McKinsey not doing so?
Thank you, Senator. I can't comment on the page and mention, but I can answer the question, which as it relates to FARA. We take FARA incredibly seriously. We seek outside expert counsel on anything that might be FARA related. We sought expert counsel in this case, and given there was no policy or influence in any kind, determined that this was not FARA reportable.
Well, let me just say to colleagues, I think one of the findings that we're developing here is that FARA needs to be strengthened. And I'm not saying, Mr. Sternfeld, that you're violating the law, but certainly if Teneo thought it had an obligation to file under FARA, I'm questioning why McKinsey didn't. I'm not saying that you're not doing so violates the law, but maybe the law should be strengthened so that there is a legal obligation under these circumstances that's clear and unmistakable. You have said, all of you, that you've produced thousands of documents, no question that you have, as recently as last night, literally. We haven't been through all of them, but we've been through some of them. And a lot of them are press clippings, they are press releases, they are public documents, all sorts of stuff. And then a lot of them are, they look like this. That's not responsive to a subpoena. When you say you are making every effort to comply, that's laughable. So, you know, we will continue this conversation with you, but again, I come back to the basic question here. What are they hiding? Is that Saudi Arabia and national security? Investments in Live Golf is a matter of national security to the kingdom? Hard to believe. Senator Johnson.
So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the fact you're holding up those.
For leading it.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Next, Senator Dick Blumenthal, Connecticut.
Thank you. I want to join in thanking Representative Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Markey, two great leaders who have really stood up and spoken out and led America. But most important, I want to thank the unions who are here, who have led working men and women to understand that climate change is an existential threat to them, and combating it can create more jobs and better jobs so that we can all be in it together. You know, every American, every single American ought to be part of an American Climate Corps. We all ought to be part of this movement. And it's no longer just a group of people. It's no longer just a part of a political party. It is a movement because of the Green New Deal. And Representative Ocasio-Cortez is absolutely right. At the beginning, and I was proud to be a part of the beginning, people said, oh, it's a dream, it's impractical, won't work, it won't have any impact. They were proved deeply wrong. Fortunately for America, the Green New Deal has shown results. But I just want to come back to earth from the inspiring visions that we've been offered. It's all at risk. It is all at risk, friends. We had a climate denier in the White House when the Green New Deal began. We could easily have a climate denier in the White House again next year. This fight is about America's future, and it will be fought this year at the ballot box. Let's put climate on the ballot this November. Let's let Americans know what is at risk and what is at stake, which is, without any exaggeration, literally the future of our planet. That's what's at stake. That's why this movement remains so important, and we need to put our planet first. Let's understand and make America understand that we need to win this fight. Thank you all.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Dick. Next, Senator Mazie Hirono.
Ms. Yoon, thank you very much, and thank you to all the nominees for being here today, and congratulations to you and your family. Ms. Yoon, I'm interested in your view of the ethics challenges facing corporate America today, and whether you think that federal authorities are doing enough to set guardrails and safeguards against conflicts of interest, violations of federal law by the corporate leaders and corporations themselves in this country.
Thank you, Senator. As the Vice President of Corporate Integrity, I am overseeing the ethics program at Capital One. It's been a privilege of my professional career to be able to do so, and I have learned quite a bit about ethics and compliance in corporate settings. I think that it's important that our corporations and officers behave honestly and ethically, and every corporation has responsibility to have a code of ethics as well as awareness campaign to make sure that associates follow the code of ethics and stay ethical and honest. As to what policymakers should do, that is not something I think as a judicial nominee I could comment on, but as somebody serving in the ethics and compliance area, I do believe that it's paramount that corporations pay attention to the ethical culture as well as the bottom line.
And you'd be sensitive to those concerns, and I would hope all the nominees would be as well. Mr. Ali, you have a truly inspiring American story. In fact, so do really all the nominees this morning. Different stories, but all of them deeply impressive and inspiring American stories. I'd like to ask you, because you've received some questions about past activities, the MacArthur Foundation, would any of the positions or statements made by the foundation, or you as a member of that foundation staff, have any impact on your service as a United States District Court judge?
Absolutely not, Senator.
Let me ask, also, has your experience working in that foundation informed your personality about the meaning of justice in America? Perhaps one of the reasons why your parents and Ms. Yoons and others before them, because we all have an immigrant story, so does each of you, maybe going back a little bit farther. I do, going back just one generation to my father, a German immigrant. But that seeking justice here, has your work in the MacArthur Foundation informed your feelings about that value?
Senator, I've been very privileged in my career to represent large corporations in private practice and to represent some of the most needy folks in the United States. And I've had the incredible privilege of arguing before the United States Supreme Court. And I actually walked past the court this morning. And every time I do go there to argue, I look up on my way in and see those 4 words, equal justice under law. That has greatly informed my thinking. That said, I understand and appreciate, because of the profound respect I have for our Constitution, the very different role that I would be called upon to have if confirmed as a federal district court judge.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. The hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation will come to order. Welcome, everyone, particularly to our witnesses. Some of you have come a long way, and we greatly appreciate it. Just 3 days ago, I sat across from President Zelensky in Ukraine, along with my colleague, Senator Hassan, and 3 other members of the United States Senate. As I sat across from him, what I saw was a steely determination to continue to fight. And that determination is shared by the Ukraine people overwhelmingly. Their courage and strength, again, on this 5th visit, inspired me anew. President Zelensky handed me a folder that I took from him then. It was the result of a conversation I had with him just about a week earlier in Munich, asking for evidence, if he had any, of American manufacturers, parts and components in weapons used by Russia on the battlefield in Ukraine. The folder that he handed me was a powerful indictment of our export control and sanction system. A really searing piece of evidence that contained a listing of 211 American-manufactured, high-technology chips, semiconductors, and other American technology in numerous missiles and other high-technology products used to kill Ukrainians on the battlefield. I'm going to ask that this folder be made part of the record without objection. Of those 211 separate components, 87 were made by just 4 companies: Intel, Analog Devices, AMD, and Texas Instruments. But they are just the 4 leading sources of American technology going into the Russian war machine. The simple truth is that a vast number of United States parts and components are found in Russian weapons recovered on the battlefield. American manufacturers are fueling and supporting the growing and gargantuan Russian war machine. And they are used in missiles, drones, munitions, and other weapons of war. The Russians are relying on American technology. Our sanctions system is a sieve. Our export control regime is lethally ineffective. And something has to be done. That's the reason we're here today. And we're here with 3 experts who can tell us about how these parts can be traced and tracked, how potentially their flow to Russia can be choked, stemmed, and stopped. The evidence points overwhelmingly to the fact that Russia relies on Western technology to power its military capabilities, and United States companies produce the majority of components found in Russian weapons. President Zelensky told me how cutting off Russia's supply of these components is crucial to Ukraine's defense. This stack of documents that he handed to me show that the technology used to fuel Russia's war machine flows through third-party intermediaries and bordering countries. The United States companies know, or should know, whether they violated the law. We are not concluding at this point, but we certainly have questions for them and questions for the United States Department of Commerce and the Department of the Treasury. Russia's success in its efforts to evade export controls can be seen in the very weapons recovered on the battlefield. And I am appalled that American technology breakthroughs are sustaining Russian belligerence. We opened this inquiry last year in order to understand this absolutely astonishing and appalling pattern. We focused on 4 American companies whose products have been repeatedly identified in greater number and frequency as continually and disproportionately showing up in Russian weapon systems. We need to understand how these American products are getting to Russia despite export controls and what more can be done to stop them. Although our inquiry is ongoing, our initial findings show irrefutably that those third-party intermediaries located in countries bordering Russia are used to evade U.S. export controls. This fact is a secret hidden in plain sight. I'd like to enter into the record the subcommittee memorandum that we prepared providing evidence of this fact, and I see no objection. The astronomical increases in exports to Kazakhstan from these 4 companies, going up 1,000 times from 2021 to 2022, are matched in the same period by exports going to Georgia, 34 times greater exports to Armenia, 28 times export to Turkey, more than doubled, and exports to Finland were roughly 1.5 times higher. These stark increases are part of a larger trend. We know that other bordering countries outside of these 5, notably China, are home to entities being used by Russia to evade our export controls. And I hope this hearing will enable us to understand what more can be used to prevent technology from going to Russia. Russia has been so successful in evading U.S. export controls that its ability to import critical battlefield goods has nearly recovered to levels seen before the invasion of Ukraine. That status quo is unacceptable. This issue is critical not only to defeating Russia, but also beyond that conflict, it has implications for our national security across the globe. Semiconductor export controls are an increasingly important part of our national security. Export controls are one of the ways we hope to maintain our dominant position in artificial intelligence and constrain countries like China from surpassing our capabilities in AI. They're also crucial to our security in other parts of the world, including defending ourselves from overtly hostile regimes like Iran and North Korea. So we need effective semiconductor export controls. Our technology cannot simply be available for whoever wants to access it. The evidence collected from the battlefield in Ukraine can provide guidance to us in defending our national security on technology in many other areas. I hope our work will uncover not just what has gone wrong, but recommendations and solutions to stop future exports of United States technology and from keeping it out of the hands of the Russian war machine. Again, whether there have been violations of law, we are not concluding at this point, but we have strong questions for these companies, and we know that enforcement has been lacking. I commend the Biden administration for imposing additional sanctions, which they announced just days ago. But sanctions are dead letter unless they are enforced. And we are writing to the Commerce Department in a letter that I am also making part of the record today without objection to ask many of these same questions. Just a few more questions with your indulgence. This testimony has been extremely valuable. And I should make clear, this investigation is going to be pursued by this subcommittee based on what you've told us today and other information that you may be able to provide us in the future. But I want to ask some questions about the broader national security implications of export controls. We focused today on American microchips that are making it to Russia, but insurance compliance with export control restrictions has larger implications all around the world, as I mentioned earlier. Mr. Spleeters, I understand that your work has traced American semiconductors found in Iranian and North Korean weapons, and you found that they're taking similar pathways to United States chips found in Russian weapons. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We have very recently been able to open up a North Korean missile that was used in January against Ukraine, and we have found that a lot of those components were actually produced in the last 3 years, despite sanctions on North Korea.
And these paths are occurring after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, correct?
Yes, because those as I was saying, those components sometimes were produced in 2023.
And so would it be possible that Russian evasion of United States sanctions is serving as a kind of model for other possible aggressors and adversaries?
I think they might take lessons from it, certainly, but they have been doing it for a certain number of years as well. So, I think they see this as perhaps an easy path to go around export control. As long as export control is not made more effective, they will continue to do so.
Mr. Byrne, your organization has tracked a North Korean vessel known for violating international sanctions that made a cargo delivery, I believe, to a Russian port after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Could you provide some detail about that finding?
Yes, certainly, Chairman. Since August 2023, a number of Russian vessels, cargo ro-ro vessels, have loaded what we believe are likely thousands of containers of munitions from the North Korean port of Rajin and delivered them to Russian facilities in the Far East, where we believe they're shipped towards the front in Ukraine. So we now know, despite Russia's membership of the UN Security Council and its support of UN Security Council resolutions against North Korean weapons transfers, that they themselves are violating these resolutions and procuring not just munitions, but now ballistic missiles from North Korea and using them on European soil. It's incredible, it's egregious. Having done this for a long time, I never thought I would see this.
Would it be accurate to say that the trends that we're seeing in terms of the lack of enforcement, which is not futility, I want to emphasize, the failure to enforce law is not a sign of futility. We are not condemned to ineffective enforcement. We can do something about it. Would it be accurate to say that the trends we're seeing today could have larger implications for Iran as well as North Korea?
We are facing geopolitically a very dangerous situation. There's conflict spreading across the world. It is not just Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is, is tensions rising on the peninsula, Iranian activities, the Houthis' activities in the Red Sea. I mean, there's a huge range of problems. The convergence of North Korean, Iranian, and Russian interests in this war, the cooperation on the manufacture of weapons, the moving of Iranian factories to Russia to make these UAVs, the use of ballistic missiles, North Korean, that are now tested in Russia. These are all incredibly dangerous developments that pushes our enemies closer together. Whilst we have sanctions, whilst we have export controls, we have to do more on the enforcement of these cases. The North Korean economy for years has been externalized. Most of it exists in Chinese banks. That's where their money sits. Now we've heard recently that the Russians are unfreezing assets. We need to go after these banks. We need to go after these assets that the North Koreans have. The US historically has been very effective at this. The Department of Justice and the FBI, they've taken out a number of these North Korean networks, but we've taken our foot off the gas. And it's not just the United States, but in many other places. And we need to put our foot back on the gas, and we need to get after them.
We know how to do it, but we're not doing it.
Yes.
Ms. Rybakova, how reliant are U.S. export control systems on the compliance measures put in place by private companies? In other words, their record keeping, they're, in effect, trying to know what's going on.
We are almost entirely reliant in some cases on the company's reporting. And that is a concern because it's always good to cross-check because we'll make mistakes, it's natural, right? Especially when the production happens outside the United States, it's then so much harder because the good never actually exits physically from the United States and therefore we don't have a customs record that will allow us to cross-check what the company is reporting. So therefore it's critical to incorporate the compliance procedures in the companies that either on behalf of the United States company or license or joint venture is producing these chips, how the compliance procedures there work. And we as macroeconomists, most of the data is set up for macroeconomic analysis. It's unfortunately not set up for for analyzing how to clean up value chains.
So if a company takes the position or posture of the cartoon character, I don't know whether you're familiar with Sergeant Schultz, it may have predated your knowledge, but his favorite mantra was, "I see nothing." If a company chooses to see nothing or hear nothing, the difficulty of tracing and stopping this kind of violation of our export controls is all the higher, correct?
It's an extraordinary difficulty, and we have seen that in accounting and auditing, right? When an external auditor comes in and there are no internal processes, we're going to get a very inconclusive or very not clear report on the audit, right? Because a few employees entering a company and trying to find the individual item is almost impossible. We have seen in shipments between China and Russia, it's more than 20,000 shipments of just a certain type of a chip per month. In terms of the data sets of the companies sending components to Russia, it's more than 800,000 sort of in just 1 year, in a few months. So for a few hundred government employees that are responsible to control and implement and enforce all of export controls globally, because again, the US is a leader in this respect, it is not humanly possible to be able to do that without the internal culture change and compliance change within the corporate.
And the trends that we're discussing here, again, I've asked others about them, relate not only to Russia, but also Iran and North Korea, and as you point out in that op-ed published just today, to China, correct?
Absolutely. We see a lot of sort of new supply chain networks, distribution networks are registered in Hong Kong, in China, including in Hong Kong. There are some companies that sort of almost specialize in this business. There are some corporate secretariats that provide different shell companies, and if you close one, they open another. So we need to go again after this supply of the sort of alternative supply networks and distributors. And they work with, as my colleagues have pointed out, they work with Iran, North Korea, and now they're happily providing service to Russia as well.
You would agree, Mr. Byrne. I see you nodding your head.
Yes, 100%, yes. Hong Kong, in the case of microelectronics, Hong Kong is a particular concern. It's a large liquid market, it has a big financial industry, but so much moves through there, and historically on the North Korean side as well. But we've been looking at this for a long time, and Hong Kong has become very important for the Russians.
Senator Johnson, do you have any other questions? I want to just close by, again, quoting your op-ed. Quote, "We are at risk of undermining our sanctions if the private sector and malign actors learn that we cannot enforce new measures," meaning new sanctions. I think that is a critical piece of guidance, and we need to know that effective enforcement is key to our credibility all around the world, as well as Ukraine winning this fight. So here's what we know. We know that despite sanctions, semiconductors are reaching Russia, and they're used in weapon systems in a magnitude and scope that is truly horrifying. We know that these semiconductors are manufactured by United States companies, and they either know or should know what's happening. And we know that the sale of this United States technology to companies bordering Russia has increased drastically since the war in Ukraine began. Let me be absolutely clear. We're not drawing conclusions as to illegality. We have questions for the companies, not just those four: Intel, Analog, AMD, and Texas Instruments, but for others on this chart. We have questions for Commerce and Treasury departments, as well as for other United States agencies. We need to understand how United States technology is being permitted to fuel the Russian war machine. The sanctions imposed by the United States and its allies are not meant to be a sieve. They are meant to be an impregnable wall. We can't hope for perfection in enforcement, but the fact that 95% of the Russian weapons having these kinds of semiconductors and other parts and components come from the United States or our allies is a pretty devastating statistic. These sales have to be stopped. So we need more enforcement, more resources, stronger authority, more compliance, and more diligence on the part of the companies. Our preliminary observations suggest that we need all of it, not just one kind of action. The continued flow of technology to an authoritarian regime like Russia is emblematic of a larger failing with huge national security implications for the United States. And our failure here could have implications for Iran and North Korea, China, as well as others. So the struggle in Ukraine is about democracy, not just our democracy, not just Ukraine's democracy, but democracies around the world. Their fight is our fight. Enforcement of these sanctions is a part of that fight, and this subcommittee is going to do its best to get to the root causes of the failure to stop Russia's building of its war machine with United States semiconductors, chips, and other parts of components. I want to thank our witnesses again. You've been extremely valuable. The record in this hearing will remain open for 15 days in case there are additional comments or questions by my colleagues. And with that, the subcommittee's hearing is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. And I accept the contention that enforcement is difficult. I have spent most of my career as a prosecutor and law enforcer, and I hear constantly, as I did continuously when I was a prosecutor, that enforcement may be futile, but that is no excuse for failing to do better, particularly in this instance when Russian weapons using American technology are killing and maiming Ukrainians on the battlefield and in their cities, their schools, their hospitals, and their apartment houses. And that is the reason that President Zelensky feels so passionately about this cause and why he encouraged me personally to pursue it. So I begin with a working theory of the case, that these companies know or should know where their components are going, and that they have the capacity to trace and track those components well enough to do something more. Obviously, the government has a responsibility to enforce export controls. But, Mr. Spleeter, you have talked just now about tracing, and I'd like to ask you about these four companies, Intel, Texas Instruments, AMD, and Analog Devices, and about the pattern that we've shown of the increase in these products going to just a few countries through third-party intermediaries. What can you tell us about what these companies know or should know?
Thank you very much for your question. I'm going to disappoint you, I feel, because our methodology precludes us from pointing fingers at industry. We want to approach this issue with a collaborative approach. So we are sending trace requests to all the companies that we have identified for two reasons. The first one is to identify whether the components are genuine or not. That's very important. We know that there is counterfeit going around in weapons, and we certainly wouldn't want to point fingers at companies that are...
Well, let me interrupt you just because my time is limited, and I apologize. But I'm not asking you to point fingers. You have asked these companies for whatever they know about tracing, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Rybakova, let me ask you the same question. What should these companies know about where their products are going?
It is hard for me to say exactly what they known or should have known. What I can say is that a team of a couple of programmers at the Kiev School of Economics has processed a lot of the data, and the reports that you have seen is a work of just a few people. So shortly after we published our report, it was featured in a number of the press reports, and also a number of the financial institutions have confidentially reached out to us to cooperate with their compliance departments. We haven't heard that from the corporates yet.
Mr. Byrne?
My personal position on this is, I take Damien's point, and I think the companies now know that many of their components, some may well be counterfeit, but likely tens of thousands of their components have ended up in Russian weapons platforms and in Iranian ones, and potentially, obviously, in North Korean ones. So they know that it's happening. They know that it's a significant issue. And if I were them, obviously I would be looking at my internal compliance departments, and I would be thinking, how far can I trace them? What can we do to improve our visibility in our supply chain? There are institutes like our colleagues, there is mine. We've done a huge amount on this. We've generated ourselves dozens and dozens of private intelligence reports on these supply chains. We're a small think tank in the United Kingdom. So if I were them, that's how I'm thinking, how do they do it? What can we do to copy that? And can we improve our ability to trace these components through the supply chains and identify bad actors? That's my position on it.
I want to hold up a photo of a particular missile that was recovered on the battlefield. I understand that this photo features a type of missile that flies at very low altitudes, making it hard to detect. Low altitude, slow-flying drones or missiles are the next one of the ongoing present threats to both United States forces and Ukrainian forces, very difficult to intercept and counter. Ms. Spleeters, can you tell us about this weapon and the attack that it was used in?
This is an Iskander cruise missile that one of my Ukrainian colleagues took a photo of. And it was recovered mostly intact, in this case, from the battlefield in Ukraine. And then we were able to open those systems and document all the components that were found inside. For a cruise missile, about 50% is non-Russian components. And when you look at drones, you go to almost 100% non-Russian components.
And can you tell us whether this weapon was one that was stockpiled before the beginning of the war, or has it been manufactured since the beginning?
So that's difficult for us to say, but we can make that determination by looking at the date of production of components. We found a lot of components that were produced before 2022, which seems to show that Russia has the intention to stockpile on components before their invasion, knowing that export control and sanctions would be hitting, and in a way to mitigate that effect. But more and more now, we are seeing components that are produced after February 2022, and that should be a concern for manufacturers.
So we're seeing these components in weapons manufactured after the beginning of the war and after the sanctions were imposed?
Correct.
Thank you. Let me ask you, Ms. Rybakova, your organization's recent reports show that these 4 companies under investigation by the subcommittee were among the top producers of microchips used in battlefield goods. Given the pattern of the flow of these components to specific countries, do you think that the chip manufacturers should have been aware of these trends?
We see 2 critical changes in the patterns. One is production outside the United States. So the production, which is not atypical, but it's taking place now more outside the components that are going to Russia tend to be produced outside the United States. So it's maybe China, Malaysia, Philippines, and other countries. And also we're seeing a pattern of on-shipment, where maybe a distributor based in Turkey or UAE or one of the countries that you have shown on the graph bordering Russia, and then the shipment takes place. So there is an adjustment in the patterns. We also see companies from from Russia, maybe sometimes the same, sanctioned by United States, buying a bulk of those components. So at least we see the evidence that the change of the pattern has happened in response to the export controls, including by these leading US-based companies.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the ranking member for his questions. I should have said we're doing 7-minute rounds.
Chair.
Thanks, Senator Hassan, and thank you for making the critical point that this kind of inquiry and the more effective enforcement of sanctions and export control is no substitute for the kind of military and humanitarian assistance contained in the supplemental. And we want to degrade the Russian military capability, but at the same time, we need to enhance Ukraine's capability, provide it with the long-range artillery that is so important to destroying the command centers and the munitions storage depots that they can and will destroy, the Kerch Bridge, which is an essential link to Crimea. Those kinds of targets require that long-range artillery. And the stark fact that we heard when we visited Ukraine, not only from President Zelensky and his military team, but from our own military leadership there and our intelligence community, is Ukraine can win. They will win if they have that kind of support, but without it, they will lose. And so, as important as this inquiry is, it is no substitute for the kind of aid that the House must approve. That supplemental is absolutely vital for Ukraine's continuing fight on the battlefield. And right now, they are losing troops and they're losing ground because they simply don't have enough ammunition. And that is criminal, in my view. Let me ask Mr. Spleeters, we've heard from some industry advocates that the reason Russia is able to acquire recently manufactured chips is because they repurpose them from things like washing machines or other household appliances. In your written testimony, you wrote that this idea, and I'm quoting, couldn't be further from the truth. How do you know that repurposed chips are not the main driver behind what's now being recovered from Russian weapon systems?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this question. We have seen no evidence of this happening. So opening those systems, we have seen no evidence of chips being ripped off and then repurposed for this. And frankly, you know, I'm always open to new evidence coming up, and it may come in the future. But to us, it makes little sense that Russia would buy a $500 washing machine for a $1 part that they could obtain more easily otherwise. Some of these chips, of course, can also fit household appliances, but others cannot, unless your washing machine can fly, which I doubt. The components that we find in Russian drones do not fit washing machines. So right now we have no evidence to support that hypothesis.
Washing machines are not flying yet. Neither are elephants. And there are a lot of myths surrounding these parts and components reaching Russians, but I think it is irrefutable that the Russians have found a way to circumvent the export controls and the sanctions. Ms. Rybakova, based on your research, would you agree that these parts and components come from sources other than washing machines?
Thank you so much. I full-heartedly agree with that. So as you know, the coalition of countries led by the US identified 45 priority items, and you put them up on the chart, the battlefield goods. These are different trade categories. And we monitor Russia's imports of these specific trade categories. So this category does not include washing machines that don't fly. It's specifically battlefield goods. And we have seen a significant pickup in imports That said, in the first months after the beginning of the war, the full-scale invasion and imposition of export controls, we've seen a drop. It almost halved for so many months, for a few months, and then it picked up again as Russia found evasion techniques. So we see evidence of Russia continuing to import these new components. Many of them are produced outside the United States on behalf of the US companies.
Thank you. And I know your organization has published reports. After those reports were published, numerous banks apparently reached out to you to make sure that they were not inadvertently helping transfer funds supporting export control evasion. Is that correct?
It is correct. We're not a big organization, so we don't do much outreach. We're just a few people doing research. So as soon as our report was published in June and then was featured in Newsweek and Politico and other outlets, within the first week we had a few financial institutions reach out to us from their compliance departments asking how we can cooperate, how they can obtain similar data, what are the red flags we're picking up. And since then it has continued.
And let me ask you, did any semiconductor companies reach out to you after you published your first report on this topic in 2023 or in 2024 when you did a follow-up report?
So far, no semiconductor company has reached out to us, but we're, of course, open to cooperate. We want to make it better together, and we're happy to share any findings, data research, and to work together with them.
And did you reach out to those semiconductor companies?
We have sent our reports to these companies, and also our reports have been featured in the press extensively, so they could have also seen it there.
But you've received no response?
We have not yet received responses.
Crickets, nothing.
We hope to hear from them soon.
Well, I have to say I'm really deeply troubled by the lack of any response after those reports were issued and after you reached out to provide them with copies of those reports. It seems like they really didn't want to know or didn't want to act in response to those reports. Mr. Byrne, did any semiconductor companies reach out to your organization after you published your report in 2022?
Limited, but we have had some conversation with some of the semiconductor companies. But again, I would say that is relatively limited in people that have wanted to talk to us.
In fact, as I understand it, NVIDIA reached out to you, correct?
Yes.
But not Analog Devices, not AMD, not Intel, not Texas Instruments, correct?
We have spoken to Intel, but the others, I don't believe so.
No response from any of them except Intel. And what was Intel's inquiry? Our position, like my colleagues, is we are on a mission to help and disrupt the supply chains. We are very, very happy to talk to anybody. We welcome engagement. We want to show them how we do it. And, you know, we're very happy with that. That's what we would welcome. So any of these companies that want to speak to us, we very much welcome an outreach. But they really haven't sought it?
We've had very little.
Your organization's work relies on the cooperation of the semiconductors to conduct tracing, correct?
We have done some of that, but it's slightly different than Damien. We have taken a slightly different approach, which is what my team does, open source intelligence. And so we've done the work backwards. So we have been in Ukraine. We have taken apart a lot of weapons and documented the components. And we've tried to work out on a big picture the supply chains of how they move into the country. And we've had a lot of success doing so using a range of sources. So we know how components are getting in many, many cases, and not just components, machine tools, bearings, a range of things. And I'd just like to add on the washing machine story. I mean, we have, again, we haven't seen any evidence of that, but we do have evidence of the fact that supply chains going directly to sanctioned companies, to Russian military entities, procuring this stuff on the market that then ends up in Russian weapons platforms.
So these parts and components, the brains of precision munitions, as one of you said, are not going through washing machines. they're going through distributors. The companies know who the distributors are. They know the countries where the distributors are located, and they know the weapons where those parts and components are used. On the topic of what can be done, Ms. Rybakova, you published an op-ed, I think yesterday, or maybe it was today, and I want to quote one of the lessons. I think it's the second lesson in that op-ed. Quote, "The consequences of non-compliance must be strong enough to affect companies. Evasion of sanctions is a predictable reaction for companies drawn to profitable markets. Introducing steeper penalties coupled with an increased likelihood of detection can significantly reshape their risk-reward calculus." End quote. Again, as a former prosecutor, I know if the penalties aren't high enough, there will be disobeyance. If there is a penalty that inflicts pain, then companies will pay attention. Could you expand on that point?
Thank you so much. As macroeconomist, indeed, I approach this as a risk-reward analysis. On one hand, we have any company wants to make money legally for their shareholders. On the other hand, compliance departments are extremely costly. You can talk to banks. It is a difficult, costly endeavor, which not every company wants to invest into. On the other side of the scale, you have the probability of being caught, the cost of being caught, and how quickly you will be punished if you were to do something wrong. So there is a sort of a financial equation that many companies look at. And therefore, we need to tip that scale towards companies themselves investing in compliance departments that will catch the shipments before they reach the malign actors. Because by the time they reach the end user or end use, it is already too late. It's almost impossible for authorities to go and check that and find that. So that's what I was trying to explain in my op-ed.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the ranking member. I have a few more questions, but I don't want to keep. As part of what we're doing here today, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes each prior to the scheduled votes. Myself, Senator Kaine, Senator Warren, and Wyden.
Without objection.
Thank you. You know, I've been really awed and humbled by the eloquence of the women senators who have preceded me, and I hesitate to add to what they've stated so powerfully already, but of course, I'm a man, and this bill is about women's reproductive care and women's rights, but it is also about the rights of all of us. The name of the act is the Access to Family Building Act. It's about families. It's about men like myself whose most awesome moment in life was the time they held their newly born child. Men have an equal stake in the issue that brings us here today. Men should be as scared and angry as women are about this trend, which is so destructive to basic rights and liberties. Women's rights are human rights. The rights at stake here are rights that are American. What could be more American than wanting to bring a child into the world? And what could be more heartbreaking? We've all been through it, through friends, neighbors, maybe our own family. Man and woman in love, wanted to have a child, miscarriages, other obstacles that prevent it. And there is a hole in their hearts, a hole in their homes and their families as they struggle with issues of fertility and childbirth. This measure very simply guarantees the right for women and families everywhere, in Alabama, in Connecticut, in every state in this country, to access the fertility care they need to bring children into the world. You know, over 3 years ago, before Dobbs was decided, and we never could have imagined that Roe v. Wade would be overturned and the Republican Party eviscerated access to abortion care, I posed what I thought was a really easy question to a Supreme Court nominee, Amy Coney Barrett. I asked, is it constitutional to criminalize IVF treatment? She dodged, she ducked, she refused to answer. I thought it was self-evident. It is not constitutional to criminalize IVF treatment. That was before Dobbs. That was before the legal landscape was volcanically uprooted by this Supreme Court, which has been captured by a far-right fringe. Some may have wondered why, at that time, I asked what seemed like a very far-fetched, abstruse, arcane question. A lot of people probably didn't even know what it meant. And they may have also wondered why Justice Barrett refused to answer such an obvious question with such a self-evident answer. Wasn't it settled that IVF treatment is not only legally protected, but also a scientific miracle? Think of it for a moment. The science here that is now accessible to every American, everyone in the world. And wasn't IVF pro-family, having children, parents who wanted a child? And they may have wondered as well, wasn't IVF the last best hope for so many people struggling with infertility, desperately seeking to experience the miracle of childbirth for themselves? Who could possibly object to that miracle in the lives of a family who would not only relish but raise a child to contribute to our great country? What has become devastatingly and tragically clear is that the Republican Party's animosity towards women's health and women's rights doesn't stop at abortion. It's why I asked that IVF question in 2020, and it's why I didn't get a clear answer from a Republican nominee to the Supreme Court. The war on women and on reproductive choices by women and the war on families hasn't stopped at abortion or even IVF.
Senator, your time is up.
So I conclude by thanking my colleagues who have brought this measure to the floor, particularly Senator Duckworth, and I regret that Republicans have blocked this measure. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Blumenthal, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shop class is good. I don't know about in the era of AI, artificial intelligence, how many shop class enlistees there will be, but maybe the nature of shop class should be changed. I want to engage in kind of a thought experiment. I'm the CEO of Electric Boat. As you know, Electric Boat in Connecticut makes the most capable and reliable submarines in the world. And if you look at employment patterns at Electric Boat, they have mountains and troughs. The reason they have mountains and troughs is that the Pentagon often changes procurement requirements. We want 2 submarines a year. No, Virginia class, we want 1 submarine, maybe 1 plus the Columbia class, plus, you know, if you're a manufacturer, pretty hard to engage in recruiting, hiring, training. Training involves investment when those procurement commitments are changing. And just to mention the elephant in the room, right now we have no budget for this fiscal year. So the Pentagon is kind of scratching its head and saying, okay, we think we know what the budget's going to be. Chairman Reed has done extraordinarily skilled and excellent work in passing the National Defense Authorization Act, which provides a basic contour for what procurement should be, but the money has to be approved. To what extent does this indecision by the Congress and by the Pentagon, indecision and reversal of decisions, affect the ability to recruit, train, and hire a workforce like Electric Boat?
The workers will go somewhere else. They're not going to sit around and wait for us to get our act together. They have families to feed. So unless we can really maintain the continuity of that production pipeline, which I agree we desperately need, we will struggle to retain.
And the prospect of that, even the prospect of potentially not knowing. So the idea of not knowing, employees are voting with their feet. So even if you have the employee, they're currently working in these industries, this level of indecision gives them a anxiety that will often lead them to come to the private sector, because they're like, at least there, I kind of know what I know.
Senator, I completely agree with where you're going and what my colleagues just said, but I would also remind everyone that the V-12 Merlin engine that powered the Spitfire and the Hurricane in World War II and was decisive for keeping Germany out of Britain started to develop in 1929 before there was any public procurement guidelines for that engine. There was a private sector innovation, Senator, and what you really need in this country is not just better organized procurement exactly as you're wanting. You need people who are pushing on the innovative frontier for the new stuff that Pentagon's doesn't even know they want yet. Right? And so how do we incentivize that? How do we encourage that? How do we build the skills? And I think the shop class has never been more important, Senator, because I think losing those manual skills, losing our thinking with our hands is a huge disadvantage when we think about the world. Because the engineers who built the Merlin, who built the Spitfire, who built the American effort in World War II were very hands-on people, weren't they? They understood how to bend metal. And that's the key to a lot of these innovations that we're talking about.
You know, I think what you're saying about shop class, which is not just what happens in the classroom, but the manual skills and the instinctive approach to how to put things together and make them work, that's what Electric Boat is trying to hire. The welders, the electricians, the pipe fitters, people who are skilled at the trades. And not only in shop class, but frankly in high school, I think we need to do a better job of selling people, future workers, on the idea, you know, you can have not just a job, but a career, a real career, making a lot more money than, let's say, my 4 children. They were all educated at liberal arts institutions. 3 of them are lawyers, like me. But there are a lot more lawyers per person maybe than there need to be, and we need more of the folks who can do the work at Electric Boat with the careers that really provide not just financial gratification, but real dignity, the dignity of work. You're nodding, so I assume you agree.
Dr. Lockwood said it already, sorry. Dr. Lockwood said it, I totally agree. Dignity and status and purpose, but you've got to also pay people good money, right? Because people have to live, and that's a question of how much you pay them relative to what it costs to live in the areas that you're trying to develop. But if you get that right, which we have done in this country before, Senator Blumenthal, and you've got very strong, obviously, places in Rhode Island and in Connecticut that also get this right, then we can do incredible things.
Senator,
Go ahead,
go
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, I would just submit to you that we oftentimes talk about and believe that our talent pool must come from the K through 12 system. We increasingly have that middle group, that middle 45 to 55-year-old who is now displaced, wants to work. You want to talk about dignity of work. And so many of our training programs disproportionately focus on young people, and that's good. But we're ignoring that there's a significant swath of the population that is available, wants that dignity of work, needs to do it, and we don't provide reskilling and upskilling programs from the government, frankly, to them. We'll give you Pell Grant all day for the kid, but what happens to that 45-year-old whose job has been significantly changed on the account of technology, and they could become a welder, but themselves don't know how to do that and don't think there's a pathway to that. So I would not ignore that significant portion of our population that wants to work but doesn't know how to reskill.
I thank you all for your insights, and By the way, Chairman Reed and I have just come back from a trip to Ukraine. And the Ukrainians are taking what seem to be often very low-tech drones. And because they have those manual skills, they're able to reconfigure them, I don't know what the technical term would be, and make them lethal. Now, they still need arms, they need support, they need the resources. They are sadly lacking, and we need to give it to them in the supplemental that's now before the House that we passed here in the Senate. But they have been extraordinarily innovative and creative because they have many of those manual skills. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your taking me out of order for this really very important hearing. Nothing is more vital and important, as you well know, Commissioner O'Malley, than Social Security to Americans, to all Americans, not just recipients, but to their families, to their children, because when they are in poverty, their children, their families suffer as well. So I really want to thank you for your attention to improving this system. I have a reform proposal that goes to the levels of benefits, but your focus on customer service certainly is vital. And the overpayments, the shock and brutality of efforts by the government to claw back overpayments is absolutely unacceptable. I hope that you will be doing more, even more than what you've said you would be doing to this committee just now, because this kind of really unfortunate and unfair treatment of Americans, when through no fault of their own, they have to suffer the hardship of clawbacks and retrievals of payments that are the fault of the government for overpaying. I want to go to another topic that has concerned me, because I'm hearing from constituents about the windfall elimination program and government pension offset. These two provisions are separate, both harmful provisions that reduce Social Security benefits for workers and their eligible family members if the worker receives or is entitled to a pension based on earnings from employment not covered by Social Security. I'm sure you're familiar with these provisions that disproportionately affect public service employees, including educators, police officers, firefighters, and others. I've introduced the Social Security 2100 Act that would repeal these provisions, among other changes that substantially benefit Social Security recipients, giving them cost of living increases, imposing fair burdens on people earning more than $400,000. But what concerns me is, apart from repealing WEP and GPO, is the failure of some local and state governments to disclose the effects of these two provisions on new employees. And I wonder whether you are familiar, whether you've heard information about disclosure of this information, the two provisions, the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset provision, whether you've heard from recipients and claimants about their effect, firefighters, educators, police officers, because the requirement for an offset really ought to be disclosed to people when they come to work.
I would agree with you, Senator. I'm sure it comes as a great shock to a lot of people who have put their lives on the line in public service jobs or other jobs to find out as they approach retirement that the Social Security they thought might be there isn't going to be there. So I've received some briefings on this. It's my understanding that over the years, a number of states were historically allowed to sort of opt out of requiring FICA payments of employees into Social Security. And now the dilemma that you have as policymakers is how do we adjust that moving forward, and what are the equities and the costs of addressing that either in a prospective way or in a more comprehensive way. I don't know entirely what the answer is, but I would look forward to working with you. And we have excellent actuaries. The amount of data, their capacity to project puts and takes into the future is really outstanding. So I would look forward to working with you on that, Senator.
Thank you. And I really want to thank you for your continuing public service, very distinguished career, and your service in this position is as important as what any of us do, because you touch the lives of so many Americans. And I want to extend you the offer of help on my part, and I'm sure my colleagues, to help improve this system that is so vital to Americans. Waiting 38, 39 minutes is just intolerable. And
Yes,
not the fault of the hardworking people in the Social Security Administration. It's the lack of resources that you're provided. So we got to do better. Thank you.
Senator, thank you, and we need your help.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. We'll turn next to Senator Brown, Senator Rick.
Reconvene at 12:30 in SVC 217 on or about 12:30 for the closed session. So we will see you again in the closed session, SVC 217. I'll recognize Senator Blumenthal as the last member, and he will adjourn the open session. Senator Blumenthal, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. I want to thank you all for your service, as I'm sure my colleagues have, and apologize that I haven't been here for the full hearing. I was here earlier. I want to ask about Navy shipbuilding, and particularly submarines and the industrial base. As you know, the Navy's recently released 45-day shipbuilding review offered a pretty sobering look into the future of procurement efforts by the Navy. And according to this assessment, every major program faces multiple years of delays, including the Columbia and Virginia-class submarines, which give the Navy an essential edge in undersea warfare over our competitors. Russia and China are trending in the opposite direction. They're building more, they're developing more and more advanced submarines. The decision to fund the production of just one Virginia-class submarine seems highly alarming. And in addition, it sends a signal to our key AUKUS partner that the United States may not fulfill its commitment to providing a key capability. So I am troubled that this decision seems to undermine procurement stability, the workforce development, and our credibility in this area with some of our key allies. So I would appreciate your comments, Mr. Secretary, on how we are going to correct any potential loss of capability, loss of progress in undersea warfare, and the kind of respect from our allies that we need to continue in this area of undersea superiority.
Thanks, Senator. And our undersea supremacy is indeed a strategic advantage that no country in the world can match, and we're going to work to keep it that way. The current issue is one of capacity, and there is a backlog currently in terms of industry's ability to produce submarines on time. So we could increase the backlog, or we could choose to invest in the industrial base to expand capacity so that they can speed production up, and that's what we're doing. In FY 23 and 24, we requested some $1.9 billion to invest in the submarine industrial base. In this budget, we're asking you for a total of $4 billion. And in addition to that, the supplemental that we've spoken so much about today includes a $3.3 billion request to also invest in the industrial base. And that'll help us strengthen supply lines, and it'll also help industry recruit and retain the workforce that it'll need to produce these really sophisticated platforms. I just met with the CEOs of General Dynamics and Huntington Ingalls, and we talked about the challenges that they were facing and what we're going to do with the resources that we're providing them to expand their capability and capacity. So it's a good discussion, and they are investing some of their own capital to do that as well. So in terms of Australia and the signal that it sends to Australia, I remain in contact with my counterpart, the Australian Minister of Defence, and we've talked about this issue, and they get it, and so. And by the way, Australia is investing in our submarine industrial base as well. So we're doing the right things and investing in the industrial base, and hopefully, not hopefully, but that will get us on the right path in the mid to longer term. But increasing the backlog is probably not the right thing to do at this point in time. Investing in capacity and capability is the right thing to do, I think. So,
I respect that answer because it recognizes the realities of what we face. Electric Boat has to hire 5,300 more people in the next year or so, 5,300 skilled welders, pipe fitters, electricians, not just people hired off the street. And I know that on paper you could easily say, well, we're going to build 2 submarines a year, but it wouldn't happen. And I think that the candor and realism are very much to be respected. My urging would be that we make the investment of sufficient size to meet the reality of the challenge, because, as you've said so well, our undersea warfare supremacy is a key capability, and I would hope the Congress would support you in this effort. Thank you. I'm going to respect the 5-minute rule, even though there's no one to discipline me. And thank you for your testimony on behalf of the committee, and adjourn the committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of our witnesses for your really excellent testimony. Mr. Scanlon, you hypothesize, because we can't know for sure, that the Biden deepfake had minimal impact, but we can't be certain what the vote would have been but for those calls. And I understand there is an investigation ongoing. The Attorney General is conducting it. It's under New Hampshire law. I assume it's criminal law as well as civil, but there are no federal remedies. In your view, would it be helpful to have criminal penalties under federal law specifically aimed at this kind of deception? And I think it was Mr. Coleman suggested that criminal penalties could be an effective deterrent, but they have to be really more specific and stringent than they are now.
And Mr. Chairman, I have to agree that we truly don't know what the impact was on the New Hampshire presidential primary. We only know that we had a good turnout, and the results were what they were. And we still have an active prosecution going on. The AG in New Hampshire has identified a company or companies that participated, and an individual that is a suspect, and they're moving forward with that. At some point, I believe that there is a federal component to this because it's going to be a national problem. And I'd like to give a shout out to Kate Conley, who works with Jen Easterly at CISA. Kate was in New Hampshire on the day of the presidential primary, and she traveled around to polling places with me to try and get a handle on, how big this thing actually was, even though that was difficult to determine. But yes, I think that these things in a national election are going to be generated nationally, whether it's foreign actors or some other malicious circumstance. And I think we need uniformity and the power of federal government to help put the brakes on that. Instances that happen locally, certainly federal government assistance would be helpful, but I think that should remain the prerogative of state law enforcement and the Attorney General.
With assistance from federal authorities where it's appropriate. Let me ask you and the other witnesses, Senator Hawley and I have proposed a framework which includes an independent oversight entity, a set of standards that would be imposed by that entity, a requirement for some licensing before models were deployed, testing to assure that they were safe and effective, just as the FDA reviews drugs to make sure they are safe and effective, and potentially penalties such as we've been discussing, as well as export controls to assure that our national security is protected. I'm assuming, just for the sake of speed, I'm assuming that all of you would agree that some kind of framework like that one makes sense.
I actually have specific thoughts on that framework. I think it's a good start, but I really think it's important that whatever framework we set adopts what's called a defense in-depth approach, right? So we need metadata, watermarking, cryptographic hashing, which is a little complicated, but it's invisible watermarks and a hash database, kind of like NCMEC, AI detection, and AI poisoning. It also needs to cover both the generative AI platforms and the online platforms. We need both of those folks. We can't just say license generative AI companies and leave it at that. Honestly, we need government buy-in, generative AI buy-in, platform buy-in, journalist buy-in, and then detection companies.
And all of those points are encompassed by our framework, particularly the watermarking.
Yeah, I really think watermarking is getting a lot of attention here, and it really doesn't solve that much of a problem. You need cryptographic hashing, invisible watermarking. That's really important.
Mr. Coleman?
Yeah, just to add on to that, and I think just to unpack two things here. We're talking about watermarking and cryptographic hashing, effectively what's called provenance. It's either there or it's not. The challenge with that is it presupposes that everybody's going to follow the same rules. All the bad actors will follow the same rules. And we've seen time and time again, a lot of the applications, whether they're on your phone in the App Store or online, or they're open sourced, they just aren't going to follow the rules. So we can't expect everyone to say, hey, we're going to play nice within this walled garden, when the bad actors, by definition, are not playing by the rules at all. And so, with Reality Defender, we focused on inference. We don't touch any watermarking. We don't touch any personal data. We actually assume we'll never see the ground truth. We'll never even know if it is real or not, which means instead of saying yes or no, we're taking a more measured probabilistic approach. A probability saying maybe we're 95% confident, maybe we're 62% confident. We build that into a larger framework of just one signal among many to make a better insight, to have a platform or a team decide to block or flag a piece of media or a person or an action.
We're going to adhere to 5-minute rounds on the first round. I hope to come back to this line of questioning, and I apologize that others of you, Mr. Ahmed, you may have some comments as well, but in deference to my colleagues who have other commitments, I'm going to turn to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to everybody for being here. Mr. Coleman, you raised in your opening statement what is, I think...
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Professor Brzezinski. I would be happy to talk to you after this hearing is done. If you, I want to spare you being removed and just tell you that we will be happy to take those documents and meet with you privately. And we welcome your being here. We also welcome the presence of Chris and Clarisse Moore, whose daughter Danielle died in the Ethiopia Airlines crash. They remind us that the seemingly abstract, even antiseptic setting of this hearing belies the fact that there are real people who perished in those two crashes. There are real people at risk getting on airlines right now. No reason to panic, but a reason for deep concern. And we thank everyone who may have documents or information to bring to our attention. We thank you. Professor Brzezinski, what keeps ringing in my ears is that phrase, 100% about money. My understanding about what happened here is that Boeing sought to produce more airplanes more quickly without the necessary testing, inspections, and then sought to conceal and cover up what it knew was happening. Is that aligned with your view of the facts here?
Absolutely. That in fact is part of it, because those things are expensive. And there's more to it. There's other things that go into that process. One of the biggest is the inspectors. Cutting back and getting rid of your inspector staff that looks at all the parts to make sure that these things are assembled correctly. We saw this with the accident, with the Alaska accident.
One of the lessons here is that shortchanging safety with shortcuts is short-sighted. I want to ask Mr. Salpour, for many of us who may not understand the technology or the mechanics here, my understanding of your testimony is that Boeing, in effect, fastened parts of the fuselage together using force rather than proper shimming, and thereby created a severe risk that use over time and fatigue of the parts and fasteners would create risks to safety. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, sir. I think they are using significant excessive force to squash the gaps before you measure it. If you squash in the gap before you measure it, you don't know what you're getting, because the purpose of that is to measure the gap in its free state. When you squash that with excessive force, basically you're getting false information. If you get the gap measured falsely, you are not going to shim it properly, and it's a danger to the airplane. It's very, very important. Boeing has put out reports that they say that they can lose almost 80% of the airplane life cycle if we don't follow these protocols, which it is the proper shimming, measuring the gap,
One remedy or one precaution would be proper testing. Has Boeing ever shown you conclusive testing results that would dispel your concerns?
No, sir. First of all, the testing that we're talking about, I have never seen it, any of the information. The second is the airplane is the king. The numbers that you get from the actual airplanes, regardless of what the testing done, that should be considered. And my data that I was using in my assessment is from the 29 airplane that it was inspected.
Mr. Pearson and Mr. Jacobson, you have very extensive experience with Boeing, as well as air safety. Do the allegations that Mr. Salpour has brought to our attention surprise you in light of your experience?
Well, I just want to say that I can't obviously technically, say that what he's saying is absolutely right. I just don't know that. But I will say that the problem that he's describing, where he's trying to get information and he's basically being told, basically shut up, don't worry about it. And, he's obviously making an effort, a long effort, to try to get to the truth. And what should happen is somebody should say, here's the data, here's the information. He shouldn't have to wait until becoming a whistleblower to get that information.
Mr. Jacobson, you worked at the FAA for quite a while. Mr. Pearson and as well Mr. Salpour have been critical, as many of us have been, of the FAA. In fact, Mr. Pearson has brought to the attention of federal authorities information about the potential failings of those investigative steps by federal agencies. Do you think just assigning more inspectors to Boeing from the FAA is a sufficient solution?
Well, certainly having more inspectors is helpful in certain circumstances. I think in the Renton factory, having more inspectors, more of an on-site presence is very important. But the attitude needs to change. The attitude right now is Boeing dictates to the FAA, tells the FAA what they will do, what they will accept, and that needs to change. The FAA needs to be a regulator. They need to do their job, and that's the missing piece right now.
Would it be fair to say that the FAA has been too captive to Boeing?
They absolutely have been too captive to Boeing, and that is one of the big problems that I've seen. Even when we were trying to recertify the 737 MAX, Boeing would try and focus the attention on certain things like MCAS to the exclusion of other parts of the airplane or the design or the manufacturing that needed to be investigated, and Boeing and the FAA went along with that at high levels. They went along with that, you know, the redirect from the Boeing company.
Mr. Salapur, I showed you earlier a photograph of a tire wheel from your car. That bolt was inserted by someone as a threat, perhaps as a risk to you.
Yes, I was losing just air on my tire, and I bring it somewhere, and they say, hey, you have a nail in the tire. That's about 1 month old tire. So I brought it back to the shop that they fixed it, and they fixed it. I went to pick it up, and the gentleman told me that, you know, this nail was not picked up through normal driving. You know, I didn't know anything about that. He's the one who brought it to my attention. And I came home, and I had to go all the way back there to get the tire, to just save the tire. It was like 25-mile drive. But anyway, but the bottom line is that, yes, the nail was inserted in there. I believe it happened at work. I have no proof of that.
You mentioned also a threat to your physical safety, someone saying they
Yes,
would have killed you if they
someone
heard.
told me they're going to kill. They would have killed someone like me if you said something, what you said. So
The FAA issued an absolutely scathing report about Boeing, and Boeing has said that it's developing an action plan. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Pearson, should we rely on Boeing to, in effect, develop its own action plan, evaluate itself, and go on about its business? Or do we need continuing investigation?
We absolutely need continuing investigation. And honestly, I'm so tired of hearing about plans. We need action. And you know, you can plan all day long, but if you don't actually carry through with it, it doesn't matter.
You'd like to see action?
Yes, sir.
I think that's one of the common themes here. We need action, not just more talk. I'm going to yield at this point. We're observing a 7-minute round, and we're going to try to stick to it. Senator Johnson.
So let me point out, I think,
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I think whether any of us on this committee disagree or agree with you, your responsiveness to our questions, your willingness to be here, and frankly, your patience are really admirable, and I thank you for your public service. I want to ask about a topic that we have discussed briefly, which is the investigation we're conducting in the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation concerning the Coast Guard. We have an inquiry into the Coast Guard's handling of their internal inquiry known as Operation Fouled Anchor, and I'm just going to be really blunt with you. We've been extremely disappointed, in fact, angry with the Coast Guard's slow pace of response to that inquiry. We sent our initial request letter to the Coast Guard in September for documents. Only about 3% of those documents have been received, and they are only responsive email records. I understand that the total document production volume includes 11,700 pages, largely consisting of investigative records. There are fewer than 300 pages of emails. I know they have other work to do, but this delay is unacceptable, and I say with sadness that it seems to reflect a resistance to coming clean about Operation Fouled Anchor. And we've had discussions with the Coast Guard. We've pressed them on this issue repeatedly. And I would like your commitment to this inquiry to make sure that the Coast Guard is responsive. And I'd like to ask you what you can and will do to ensure that the Coast Guard fully cooperates with our subcommittee's inquiry, including accelerating the pace of its response and providing all documents without redactions.
Senator, let me allow me to provide you my commitment to work with you and the subcommittee in fully supporting the Commandant's similar commitment to work with you and the subcommittee. It is intolerable for anyone in the United States Coast Guard or in any agency or office of our department to feel unsafe. We must hold perpetrators accountable. We owe it to you and to this committee to be transparent in the work we do to achieve the life of that value. The Commandant, with whom I have met a number of times in relation to this investigation, is fully committed to achieving that value, to ensuring the Coast Guard is better tomorrow than it was yesterday, to cooperating fully with you and your committee, and you have my full commitment.
Thank you. One of the apparent or stated reasons for the slow pace of responsiveness is the lack of the technology necessary to screen the documents. In effect, I'm going to exaggerate a little bit, but they're using 1950s technology. Maybe it's 1980s technology. But that's no excuse. If you were to send the Coast Guard on a mission, you would not take as an excuse, well, our boats can't get there because they haven't been modernized. The Coast Guard ought to be responsive to our inquiry, and it will send the most regrettable message if we have to, in effect, subpoena these records from the Coast Guard. So it's more than just good intentions. And I know that you have those intentions, and I trust and hope the Commandant does as well, to make sure that the survivors and victims are vindicated in this inquiry, that the Operation Fouled Anchor work product and other transcripts of interviews and whatever documents are relevant are provided without unnecessary redactions. And I hope that you will fulfill that commitment.
I most certainly will, Senator, and I know that I have approved the waiver of, I believe it is the deliberative privilege, so that certain redactions could be eliminated, and the subcommittee that you help lead receives the information that it needs.
Thank you. We are going to press that inquiry with full vigor and priority, and I appreciate your cooperation and partnership in pursuing it. I want to ask about a topic unlikely to be raised by my colleagues, which is Plum Island. And you are to be forgiven if it doesn't immediately strike a chord with you. It's one of the last gems of undeveloped land in the middle of Long Island Sound, more than 100 acres. It currently houses the United States Department of Homeland Security's Plum Island Animal Disease Center, but it's also home to pristine beaches, wildlife, shoreline, habitats for hundreds of plants and animals. It is truly a treasure, not just for New York and Connecticut, which share Long Island Sound, but for the nation as a whole. Unfortunately, the operation of the new facility, which is supposed to replace it, a facility that's going to be in Kansas, relocating that animal disease center, has been delayed, and it's caused a setback in the transfer of Plum Island. So the funding has been left in some uncertainty. The multi-year Plum Island closure and support program was estimated to cost $150 million, but that funding is now uncertain. The FY25 DHS budget request notes that as a result of the delay, DHS will need additional funding to cover the cost of the Plum Island Disease Center program. I'm very concerned about the delay. I hope that you can commit to working with me and my colleagues from Connecticut and New York to finding a long-term conservation outcome for Plum Island that will avoid commercial development and a degradation of this pristine and treasured natural resource.
I do, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sinnebel, recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for being here today. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to correct the...
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor Brzezinski. I would be happy to talk to you after this hearing is done. If you, I want to spare you being removed and just tell you that we will be happy to take those documents and meet with you privately. And we welcome your being here. We also welcome the presence of Chris and Clarisse Moore, whose daughter Danielle died in the Ethiopia Airlines crash. They remind us that the seemingly abstract, even antiseptic setting of this hearing belies the fact that there are real people who perished in those two crashes. There are real people at risk getting on airlines right now. No reason to panic, but a reason for deep concern. And we thank everyone who may have documents or information to bring to our attention. We thank you. Professor Brzezinski, what keeps ringing in my ears is that phrase, 100% about money. My understanding about what happened here is that Boeing sought to produce more airplanes more quickly without the necessary testing, inspections, and then sought to conceal and cover up what it knew was happening. Is that aligned with your view of the facts here?
Absolutely. That in fact is part of it, because those things are expensive. And there's more to it. There's other things that go into that process. One of the biggest is the inspectors. Cutting back and getting rid of your inspector staff that looks at all the parts to make sure that these things are assembled correctly. We saw this with the accident, with the Alaska accident.
One of the lessons here is that shortchanging safety with shortcuts is short-sighted. I want to ask Mr. Salapur, for many of us who may not understand the technology or the mechanics here, my understanding of your testimony is that Boeing, in effect, fastened parts of the fuselage together using force rather than proper shimming, and thereby created a severe risk that use over time and fatigue of the parts and fasteners would create risks to safety. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, sir. I think they are using significant excessive force to squash the gaps before you measure it. If you squash in the gap before you measure it, you don't know what you're getting, because the purpose of that is to measure the gap in its free state. When you squash that with excessive force, basically you're getting false information. If you get the gap measured falsely, you are not going to shim it properly, and it's a danger to the airplane. It's very, very important. Boeing has put out reports that they say that they can lose almost 80% of the airplane life cycle if we don't follow these protocols, which it is the proper shimming, measuring the gap,
One remedy
Yeah.
or one precaution would be proper testing. Has Boeing ever shown you conclusive testing results that would dispel your concerns?
No, sir. First of all, the testing that we're talking about, I have never seen it, any of the information. The second is the airplane is the king. The numbers that you get from the actual airplanes, regardless of what the testing done, that should be considered. And my data that I was using in my assessment is from the 29 airplane that it was inspected.
Mr. Pearson and Mr. Jacobson, you have very extensive experience with Boeing, as well as air safety. Do the allegations that Mr. Salapore has brought to our attention surprise you in light of your experience?
Well, I just want to say that I can't obviously technically, say that what he's saying is absolutely right. I just don't know that. But I will say that the problem that he's describing, where he's trying to get information and he's basically being told, basically shut up, don't worry about it. And, he's obviously making an effort, a long effort to try to get to the truth. And what should happen is somebody should say, here's the data, here's the information. He shouldn't have to wait until becoming a whistleblower to get that information.
Mr. Jacobson, you worked at the FAA for quite a while. Mr. Pearson and as well Mr. Salapore have been critical, as many of us have been, of the FAA. In fact, Mr. Pearson has brought to the attention of federal authorities information about the potential failings of those investigative steps by federal agencies. Do you think just assigning more inspectors to Boeing from the FAA is a sufficient solution?
Well, certainly having more inspectors is helpful in certain circumstances. I think in the Renton factory, having more inspectors, more of an on-site presence is very important. But the attitude needs to change. The attitude right now is Boeing dictates to the FAA, tells the FAA what they will do, what they will accept, and that needs to change. The FAA needs to be a regulator. They need to do their job, and that's the missing piece right now.
Would it be fair to say that the FAA has been too captive to Boeing?
They absolutely have been too captive to Boeing, and that is one of the big problems that I've seen. Even when we were trying to recertify the 737 MAX, Boeing would try and focus the attention on certain things like MCAS to the exclusion of other parts of the airplane or the design or the manufacturing that needed to be investigated, and Boeing and the FAA went along with that at high levels. They went along with that, the redirect from the Boeing company.
Mr. Salapore, I showed you earlier a photograph of a tire wheel from your car. That bolt was inserted by someone as a threat, perhaps as a risk to you.
Yes, I was losing just air on my tire, and I bring it somewhere, and they say, hey, you have a nail in the tire. That's about 1 month old tire. So I brought it back to the shop that they fixed it, and they fixed it. I went to pick it up, and the gentleman told me that, this nail was not picked up through normal driving. I didn't know anything about that. He's the one who brought it to my attention. And I came home, and I had to go all the way back there to get the tire, to just save the tire. It was like 25-mile drive. But anyway, what the bottom line is that, yes, the nail was inserted in there. I believe it happened at work. I have no proof of that.
You mentioned also a threat to your physical safety, someone saying they would
Yes,
have killed you if they
someone
heard.
told me they're going to kill. They would have killed someone like me if you said something, what you said. So
The FAA issued an absolutely scathing report about Boeing, and Boeing has said that it's developing an action plan. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Pearson, should we rely on Boeing to, in effect, develop its own action plan, evaluate itself, and go on about its business? Or do we need continuing investigation?
We absolutely need continuing investigation. And honestly, I'm so tired of hearing about plans. We need action. And you know, you can plan all day long, but if you don't actually carry through with it, it doesn't matter.
You'd like to see action?
Yes, sir.
I think that's one of the common themes here. We need action, not just more talk. I'm going to yield at this point. We're observing a 7-minute round, and we're going to try to stick to it. Senator Johnson.
So let me point out, I think,
Scratching the surface here, but this is extraordinary. It's just extraordinary. Thank you.
I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Giving us the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Hawley. And again, I just want to say I could not agree more with the points that have been made about the need for continuing investigation by our subcommittee, as well as by the FAA and the Department of Justice. And I'm anticipating we'll have strong bipartisan consensus about the next steps that we will take. But we're going to have another round of questioning. It's going to be shorter than I would like, because we have a deadline for being in our chairs in the United States Senate on the floor for a completely unrelated purpose. But I want to kind of begin where Senator Hawley ended. Mr. Salpour, in your testimony, you told us that since 2021, multiple colleagues have told you about sharing your concerns. Most of them have not come forward. Why?
It's the fear. I mean, if you think of how much problem I have created, by coming up with my, being persistent about talking about the defects and everything else. Ever since the space shuttle O-rings, that has really put a mark on me. That thing should not have happened, but it happened because of the faulty engineering. And that's exactly what we have here, is we have faulty engineering that, they're trying to shove on our throats to just say, hey, whatever we do, it's okay. From one side, they put reports that it says it's not okay. From other side, when they violate it, they try to whitewash the influence.
Whitewashing
the spec to say it's not important for this spec. This spec, if we don't meet it, it's not that big of a deal. Let's just push the airplanes out. And then the attitude of the people for, like I said, not being receptive, because of the threats or anything else. That's because of that people haven't come forward.
You've been very careful in the way that you have phrased the potential danger here. You've talked about the increased risk.
Yes.
One could compare it to something a little bit like Russian roulette. We never know exactly
when it's going to happen,
when or where or how it's going to happen, but fatigue building and the potential vulnerability of that fuselage to tearing apart is a risk that has been increased. And it's a risk that should never have been increased.
Absolutely.
And yet these processes are continuing, are they not?
Yes, sir. From what I know, it's continuing. And right now, Boeing is coming back and really, remember, whatever they put out there, they say that everything is okay, because they never learn from their mistakes. That's what the really significant thing that I want to take from this is that they never learn. It's like a lie. When you say one lie, you have to lie 10 more times to cover that lie. hey, we made a mistake, let's correct it and move on. But that's not what's happening.
You've referred to numerous memos that you've written. I have one of them, which is a 2021 memo. The recipient of it has been deleted, but the memo speaks volumes, in my view. And one part of it, one sentence, I think, is kind of a coda for the lesson that Boeing should have learned, and I'm quoting, "Kicking me out of the program because I am raising safety concerns over the unintended consequences of the increased fit-up forces and potential escapements as a result does not help anybody." It does not help anybody. It doesn't help Boeing.
No.
At all. And again, this focus on stock price, on quarterly profit, on money over safety is a bad investment. It is malpractice beyond simply a broken safety culture. The expert panel of the FAA said something that I thought was pretty telling. Quote, "A safety culture is not something that springs up ready-made from near-death experience. Rather, it emerges gradually from the persistent and successful application of practical and down-to-earth measures, like giving you a bonus for your courage and your insights, rather than, in effect, threatening and penalizing you."
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pruchnicki, am I correct in that kind of observation about safety culture, that it has to be the result of persistent, step-by-step, down-to-earth actions by management that is really committed to safety, not just in word, but in deed, and it has to put its money where its mouth is?
No, you're exactly right. And this is part of the 4 parts of a safety culture, that you do have these reward systems in place, and you are proud when people come forward like this, and you embrace that and you celebrate that. And there's many different ways you can do that. Various companies can do this. But if I may take this time to just add one thing very quickly, is one part of a healthy safety culture is that the accountability goes all the way to the top of the company, all the way to the CEO. And when I go to help companies with their safety culture problems, I talk to CEOs. And one of the questions I ask them is, how much time do you spend weekly with your safety department? Because different companies might spend time with their marketing people, their finance people, and all their money people. And what I find across the board is, they don't spend time with their safety people, yet they say they're accountable and they sign documents they're accountable. And most of the time they'll tell me, well, this person meets with them or whomever. That is not accountability to the top. And I tell them that, well, if you have time to meet with marketing and your finance people, then you should have time to meet with your safety people weekly. And if I had time to talk to Boeing, I'd be fascinated to know how many times per week their CEO people actually talk to their safety people. That shows accountability. It would be an interesting answer to that question.
So deans of business schools across the country and CEOs of corporations, big and small, are you listening? Will you take a lesson from Boeing's experience?
Yeah, because if they're not doing this, they're wrong. Flat out. And we've seen this time and time again with accidents. And I go all over the world and I help companies straighten this out. It's flat out.
I'm going to yield to Senator Johnson.
So let me just underscore.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to you and the ranking member for having this subcommittee hearing. And just to pursue the line of questioning that Senator Sullivan began, I think this recruiting issue will continue to challenge us, bedevil us, vex us for years to come, looking at the long-range trends and the attitudes among young people. He and I are working to try to make high schools more accessible to your recruiters, and it's in their interest, or young people's interest, to know about what great opportunities there are for careers, not just jobs, but careers in the military, and for their parents and their teachers to understand it as well. So I think we need to put together a broader program, as Senator Sullivan and I have discussed. Just to ask a question about this, General Mahoney, is the Marine Corps still hitting its recruiting targets?
Yes, sir. We made mission last year. We will make mission this year. The other part of gaining and maintaining a skilled force is retention. And our retention mission is very, very strong this year. For career Marines, we're over 100%, 110%. And for first-term enlistments, we're in the mid-90s. We will make those numbers. Interestingly and importantly, the numbers that we're keeping have a 95% specialty match against grade. So we're not keeping people that are not in the specialties that we want at the grade they want. So there are headwinds, and it is hard. And your recruiting force is out there working hard every day, but we will make mission.
I have 3 minutes left. I have a big question, which I would appreciate your answering in writing. What have we learned from Ukraine? If you could give that answer to me in writing, and I wouldn't have time, and I know we'd be putting you on the spot. I would appreciate your addressing that issue to us in writing. Let me ask you, Admiral Kilby, I am intensely interested in submarine production. I know Senator Kane shares that interest. We've reduced, according to the Navy's proposal, the number of submarines per year from 2 to 1. I think that reduction, without any disrespect, is unacceptable. I don't know whether the Navy went along with it. I understand all the complexities of internal consideration. But I know the Secretary of the Navy has focused on workforce as a major constraint. And so I'm interested that in your testimony, you don't really address that issue in detail. There is a sentence or a paragraph on page 4 that says, to this end, we are investing in public infrastructure and the industrial base, aligned with the DoD National Defense Industrial Strategy. The Navy is in the midst of a generational change, et cetera. You know, one thing I did on the Armed Services Committee was to insert an apprenticeship program. This was 5 years ago, and other kinds of training. My colleagues at the time said to me, this is education. This should be in the Department of Education. I said, no, it's a matter of national security. And so if that's the constraint on our building 2 submarines a year, we need to do something fairly dramatic about it. And I know you're operating within the DoD National Defense Industrial Strategy, and then the shipyard infrastructure optimization program. But the focus here seems to be mainly on capital investment, recapitalizing dry docks, et cetera. I want to see something on training and, you know, something major, something that meets this moment, because whether it's munitions or artillery or submarines, we have a real challenge ahead.
Hey, Senator, thank you. I agree with you. The investments in the submarine industrial base are significant. Thank you for the supplemental. That's $3.4 billion. Our request that you're reviewing now is $2.3 billion in FY25 and almost $9 billion across the fit-up. That's not just buying parts and things. It's workforce development. It's supplier base. It's all the things we think we need to do to bolster that base to produce those submarines. Our goal is to produce a Columbia and 2.33 Virginia-class submarines by 2028. In order to do that, we feel we need to make these investments.
Well, thank you for your answer. Thank you for your service. Thank you all for your dedication and your great work for our country. And I'll be following up on a number of these issues. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Senator Smith, Senator Blumenthal, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here, and thank you for your service to our nation. There have been reports as recently as this morning about a potential progress in discussions with Saudi Arabia about a pact that, in effect, could lead to normalizing relations with Israel. Those discussions, I'm aware, were underway before the October 7th attack with great promise. Could you update us as to what you know about those discussions and whether an agreement with Saudi Arabia directly without involving Israel in the first stage is possible at this point?
Thank you, Senator. I couldn't, the intelligence community is not involved in those discussions, and but I'm happy to defer that, obviously, and we can get you an answer from the policy community.
Thank you. On Iran, I am somewhat perplexed about what you say in your report. Iran is currently not undertaking the key nuclear weapons development activities necessary to produce a testable nuclear device. But then you say Iran continues to increase the size and enrichment level of its uranium stockpile and so forth. Isn't Iran continuing to take steps that would put it in a position to have nuclear arms?
Yeah, I think we can probably talk about this more in closed session, but I think the distinction that's being made in the report in that particular scenario is basically to say that what they're doing is shortening the time period that it would take for them to actually, for example, enrich a sufficient amount of material for a nuclear weapon if they make a decision to move forward on it, as opposed to actually having made a decision to move forward on it. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
And I guess that leads to the next question, which is what is the time period now that they have shortened to?
Yeah, I think we can discuss this in closed session and further.
Okay. Could you talk a little bit about efforts to free Evan Goskovich, the Wall Street Journal reporter currently imprisoned in Russia? Are we making any progress there?
Ian, sir, we are working on that. I think we can discuss that in closed session, and yeah.
Which leads to my next question. There's a lot of public interest in it, and I've long felt that there's overclassification of information. As you know, the present system dates from, I think it's Harry Truman, executive orders in terms of classifications of different materials are, in my view, very antiquated. I've been to countless classified briefings in the SCIF, and I've read about them the next day or the previous day in the New York Times or wherever. Aren't we overclassifying information? Shouldn't we be disclosing more of it? What I find, and I say it in these briefings, our adversaries know what you're telling us about them. We know, our adversaries know all about it. They know we know. The only people who don't know are the American people. Aren't we overclassifying?
Yes, I've been very public in saying that overclassification is an issue, and it's one that we're working quite hard on. It is not going to be solved in the, quickly, because it is actually, there are a lot of institutional issues that are at stake and challenging. And one of the things that we're doing, for example, is related to the fact that we recognize we produce an enormous amount of information. Some of it gets declassified over time. It is necessary for us to get that information out. We are trying to use technology in a more productive way to actually ensure that we are doing this at a more rapid rate. And we've had some progress on this, and there's actually money in our current budget proposals to try to increase the amount of technology and work that we can do in this area to ensure that we're pushing out information that should be pushed out. We are working with our FOIA officers to basically ensure that they are better staffed, that they're in a position to be able to do more work more quickly, prioritize what is of the highest public interest. We are working through trying to ensure that we actually incentivize to the greatest extent possible accurately classifying things, not overclassifying things, et cetera. So I'm happy to share we've got a lot of lines of effort, frankly, on this issue to try to improve the situation.
Well, just one last quick question
Yeah.
on Evan Gershkovich. Are we making progress or not?
I honestly, this is not an area where I am involved in the specific talks, and I would rather, leave that to others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Budd, please.
Thank you, Chairman.
For undersea warfare. If I were to propose an amendment to the NDAA increasing the number of submarines for fiscal year 25 to 2 instead of the 1, would you oppose it?
I wouldn't oppose it, Senator, but I certainly would be hopeful that the resources aren't taken away from other critical programs that we're trying to execute on right now as well.
Well, would you agree with me that the best way to increase the number of submarine production from 1 to 2.3 is not to cut, but to send a signal to the defense industrial base, including suppliers, that we're going to be making real steps toward that goal of 2.3.
I think we need to help industry by making the investments that you have made in the submarine industrial base to the tune of $15 billion. We have currently 11 additional submarines that are in construction, 3 additional ones under contract in order to get the production rate up. But if we can't deliver those submarines on time, that also presents opportunity costs, where in a year where we're fiscally constrained, we basically won't be able to do other things that are critically important to the enterprise as well.
Well, I think you appreciate that the suppliers, the defense industrial base, take a very strong signal from that cut. I'll give you an example. Collins and Jewell in Basra, Connecticut, is a critical supplier of structural welding fabrication. Before the FY25 budget release, they were preparing a $2 million investment with Micro Precision, another critical Connecticut supplier, to expand their facilities in the state so they could hire more workers from the manufacturing pipeline initiative in the state of Connecticut. After that budget release, on hold. Hillary Company in Groton, they specialize in solid modeling software for advanced design fabrication, metal welding and joining. They plan to upgrade their water jet in order to increase capacity to serve production at Electric Boat. On hold. I could name.
So that's exactly what the resources in the submarine industrial base investment are designed to do, to actually help those companies. I'd be happy to reach out to those companies and see where we could actually provide them with the funds to make the CapEx investments that they need to make.
Well, they need a signal that we're moving from 1 submarine this year to 2 submarines so they can plan. They need dollars. They don't need words from me or, with all due respect, from you.
But I'm not just providing words. We're providing resources in the submarine industrial base of $15 billion.
Well, they need purchase orders is what they need.
Well,
they
there
need
are 11
purchase orders that come from Electric Boat, which are using dollars that come from the United States of America.
But we have 11 submarines that are actually under construction right now. We have 3 additional submarines that are under contract. 14 submarines is an enormous investment in what we need for the future. If the production rates had been, and if the industry actually had invested more of their own money as well too, and the CapEx investments and other investments they need to make to get the production rates out, we'd be in a better place overall.
I see no plan. I see an explanation for why we're behind, but no plan to cover.
We're working there is a plan, Senator. We are working very aggressively with all those vendors and with the primes as well.
Can you give us a plan?
Absolutely, sir. We have plans in place, and we'll show you exactly what we're doing with the entire submarine industrial base investment that you've been so helpful to us in providing.
Let me ask you about the Xavier Sander Act. It's named after a young man from Connecticut who committed suicide because he was on the USS Washington, which was under repair in maintenance. He was confined to the ship, or he was on the ship, living there while it was under maintenance, and we passed a law that provides that base allowance can be provided to enlisted men when they are on ships that are in maintenance. Maybe you or Admiral Franchetti can update me as to what progress is being made in implementing that law.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We have basically want to make sure that our sailors have a separation from their work and their life space. So when they are on the ship, in the shipyard, we've given the flexibility to move them off the ship to have housing outside of the ship and when it is not habitable.
My time has expired, but I would appreciate in writing an update from you elaborating on that answer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Schmidt, Phillies.
Thank you, Secretary Del Toro. I have a question. So do you believe, recruiting is down 20% last year. So far, it's on pace. It's down 30% this year.
Thank you, Commandant. We'll have rounds of 7 minutes each, and then a second round probably afterward. Commandant, have you taken action to separate any officer from the Coast Guard for retaliation against a survivor?
We have policies in place that create accountability around retaliation and retribution.
Have you actually separated anyone from the Coast Guard? Have you taken action to fire an officer?
I do not have a name in front of me. I have not done a comprehensive back review of all of the personnel actions. The answer is I don't know.
You don't know whether you have separated anyone or taken action to separate someone?
We separate our officers from the service for misconduct and for crimes all the time.
But I'm talking about retaliation.
I don't know.
Have you taken action against any member of your leadership for failure to act on a complaint of retaliation?
I personally, in my job as Commandant, have not been made aware of any officer who was guilty of retaliation, and so therefore I have not taken action. If there is an officer in the system who is found guilty of retaliation, I will ensure we act in accordance with policy and law.
That question, I think, is no as well. Let me ask you, with respect to retaliation, what proactive measures are you taking to prevent retaliation?
Some of the work that we are doing now as an organization, and when Fouled Anchor came to light last summer, we could have said this was just mishandling of sexual assault from the 80s to 2006 at the Academy. That is not how we've defined the problem. Sexual assault, sexual harassment are crimes. They'll be investigated as crimes and followed through. Retaliation, retribution, hazing, bullying, ostracizing, these are harmful behaviors that are road readiness, and that is part of the cultural work that we are embarked on to eliminate those harmful behaviors, create a culture intolerant of retaliation, intolerant of retribution, and where it does occur, ensure that we create accountability.
But what specific actions are you taking to prevent retaliation?
We have begun work across a number of different efforts, training at all levels in the organization, update to policy and procedures, clear guidance to my leaders as commanding officers and OICs that retaliation and retribution will not be tolerated in the organization, and you must act to create accountability.
Are you aware that there are more survivors who leave the Coast Guard than perpetrators?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator. My goal is to create a culture in the organization where everyone is safe and is free from harmful behaviors, and so everyone has the experience that they deserve in this incredible organization. And we get that right more often than not.
Have you read the letter or statement that Shannon Norenberg submitted to this subcommittee?
I have not read her statement. I am aware of the reporting of her concerns. I confirmed yesterday that the allegations that Shannon brought forward will be part of the IG investigation. I do want to note, Shannon has been an incredible employee for us. She's made an incredible difference as a sexual assault advisor at the Coast Guard Academy. We are a smaller organization with her departure, but the allegations she has made will be part of the IG investigation.
You've seen public reports. Have you asked to see the document itself?
I have not. This just came to light yesterday, but I have not seen her statement.
Are you aware that as part of that report, she recounted that survivors were denied the opportunity to sign CG 6095? You're aware of that document, are you not?
Yeah, so I am cooperating with the IG investigation.
Well, I'm
with
talking
regard to
about
those
what you know.
I do not know the specifics of her allegation. This is part of the investigation that will be done by the IG. I'm fully cooperating with the IG, and if there's evidence of misconduct, we'll work in accordance with law and policy to ensure
Here's
accountability.
and I apologize for interrupting, but my time is limited, so I'm going to ask you, you know what CG 6095 is, right? It enables veterans of the Coast Guard to have access to benefits and care from the VA. When that document is unsigned, they can't access the benefits. If they're denied the opportunity to sign that document, not only are they victims of sexual assault and survivors, but they are prevented from accessing the health care they need to deal with the trauma and other medical problems that may be resulting from it. And I find one of the most damning parts of her letter to be that those survivors evidently were denied that opportunity. What are you going to do to give those veterans the opportunity to access care and benefits?
I am committed to cooperating with the IG. We'll continue to work to understand what did or did not happen.
Is the
where-
IG saying you can't give them the opportunity to sign CG
It is an ongoing
6095?
investigation, and the IG has said this is while it is under investigation, I cannot initiate action. As soon as we are able to, I will ensure that any victim who's entitled to veterans benefits has access to those benefits. This allegation just came forward yesterday, and we were working with the IG to understand what happened, what didn't happen, and then we'll work to support victims. My priority is supporting victims.
When will the IG investigation be done?
You'll have to ask the IG, sir. I do
don't
not know.
know.
I don't know. I'm cooperating with
But
the IG.
in the meantime, survivors are denied medical care without any justification. I find that absolutely untenable and intolerable, and I think it will impact morale within the Coast Guard. Wouldn't you agree?
I continue to work with the IG, and I'm committed to providing support for victims, and will continue to work that issue forward. I don't want any victim to not get the support that they are
The
entitled to.
IG investigation, I submit respectfully, cannot be used as a shield for inaction. It cannot be used as an excuse for failing to address these ongoing problems. It cannot be used as a reason to refuse disclosure of documents to this subcommittee. And the IG has not asked you to refuse medical care or deny access or refuse documents to this committee, so far as I'm aware. I'm going to turn to the ranking member. We're going to adhere strictly to the 7 minutes so that everybody gets a chance, and then we'll come back for another round.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, by the way,
Let me first ask permission, if there's no objection, that Amanda Padgett, Senator Merkley's intern, be granted the privilege of the floor for the balance of the day. Second, I want to thank my colleagues, Senator Durbin and Senator Whitehouse. I've been proud to be part of their team working for the most minimal kind of ethical standards for the highest court in the land. Right now, that court has no enforceable code of conduct, unlike any other court in the federal system, unlike any other branch of government. It is so elemental as a matter of simple ethical conduct and appearance. The Supreme Court has squandered its almost mystical authority, its unique power in the federal government. In a sense, that power was not envisioned by the founders. The idea of judicial review came after the Constitution was written. We can thank Justice Marshall for that idea that the Supreme Court can literally strike down what we do here. It's the most powerful branch of government, not the least dangerous, but the most powerful. And think of it for a moment. In a democratic republic, it's unelected, it has life tenure, nobody can tell a justice, you're too old to do this stuff anymore. It is the most anti-democratic or undemocratic institution in a democratic system of government that you could possibly imagine. And so its power is really dependent on its adherence to standards of integrity that gain respect and credibility. It has no armies, it has no police force. People following those orders that it issues are because its wisdom and integrity have gained respect. This Supreme Court is different than any other we've seen. And it's not just two members of the Supreme Court, because it is the institution as a whole that's responsible. And it is the Chief Justice of the court that is most responsible. And so I ask Chief Justice Roberts, please endorse this legislation, not just for the sake of your legacy. We know Chief Justice Roberts cares about his legacy, but for the sake of the court. This court is doing things, justices are committing errors of extraordinary misjudgment, not to mention corrupt taking of gifts and trips and all the rest, that are, to use my colleagues' words, blowing to smithereens the credibility and trust that this court needs. It needs it for its decisions to be followed and respected. What we're doing here is very simply saying to the court, you must have a code of conduct that's enforceable. We're not telling them what to do. We're not telling them to decide a case in one way or another. We're not interfering with their docket. We're not in any way affecting the substantive decisions of the United States Supreme Court. It is simply how they conduct themselves as public officials, whether they take gifts, whether they go on trips paid by somebody else, whether they accept tuition grants. It's common sense. You don't need to be a law school graduate to understand it. In fact, this idea is more comprehensible and more impactful to the folks who go to work every day, and nobody gives them college tuitions, nobody takes them on private jets to islands that cost thousands of dollars to reach. To the ordinary American, the everyday American, this legislation not only makes sense, I think most people assume there already is legislation like the one we're debating today. So I'm not going to belabor the specific provisions of this bill. I believe that we're going to have to go farther. I think there ought to be an inspector general for the courts as a part of the judicial conference, just like there is in other government entities. I think there has to be court reform that casts light on the shadow docket. There are a series of reforms, and some are a lot more draconian in their scope. But this act is simple in requiring disclosure rules for gifts, travel, and income that are at least as strict as those we comply with here in Congress, a code of ethics, recusal, and Alito and Thomas should have recused themselves long ago from decisions involving Donald Trump. This comprehensive judicial ethics legislation is long overdue, and my biggest regret as I stand on the floor of the Senate today is that it is not bipartisan, because it should be. I've argued 4 cases in the United States Supreme Court. I've been a law clerk there. I have immense respect, unshakable respect for the institution. The institution. I have reverence for what it reflects in America. And sadly, the court has inflicted wounds on itself that will be difficult, and my fear is impossible to repair. But this measure will at least begin that process. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
This hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation will come to order. We welcome our witnesses and my colleagues, and I would like to welcome in particular some of the members of the audience who are here today. Michael Stumo, Nadia Milleran, Adnan Stumo. They are the parents and brother of Samia Rose Stumo. If you want to stand, you're welcome to with your photographs. Also here are Chris Moore, Clarice Moore, and David Moore, the parents and brother of Danielle Moore. Zipporah Curia is here today. She's the daughter of Joseph Curia. Catherine Bertay, she is the mother of Camille Bertay. Abadu Amiha is also here. His wife, Sarah Gabre Michael, was the cabin supervisor on Ethiopia Flight 302. We remember them and the other 341 victims of the unspeakable tragedies that occurred when 2 airlines crashed in 2018, 2019. I also want to recognize the family of John Barnett, his mother Vicki Stokes, and brother Rodney Barnett, a Boeing whistleblower who committed suicide under the immense pressure that the company put on him for raising safety claims. They are with us today. To all of you, thank you for having the strength and courage to be with us, and we are deeply sorry for your losses. I wanted to begin by introducing you because the issues before us today have real human consequences, life and death results, not just abstract numbers and hypotheticals, abstract issues. They are a matter of life and death for people who travel by air or work for Boeing. And this hearing is a moment of reckoning. It is about a company, once an iconic company known for engineering excellence and product prowess, that somehow lost its way. 5 years ago, 346 innocent people lost their lives in not one, but 2 preventable tragedies. We learned those tragedies were caused by intentional decisions to put production speed over safety and profits, stock price over people. In the wake of those tragedies, Boeing promised to turn itself around. Planes were grounded, executives were dismissed, promises were made. What we've seen since from whistleblowers is that, in fact, the manufacturing issues, the retaliation against whistleblowers, non-conforming parts, quality inspections skipped, and issues concealed from the FAA, evidence hidden, all have continued. And there is mounting evidence that the deferred prosecution agreement concluded in 2021 with the United States Department of Justice has been violated. In fact, there is near overwhelming evidence, in my view as a former prosecutor, that prosecution should be pursued. When you were named as Boeing's chief executive, Mr. Calhoun, we were told that you were the right person to correct course, and you committed to, quote, strengthen Boeing's safety culture and rebuild trust with our customers, regulators, suppliers, and the flying public. And for a while, some sort of believed that Boeing might have changed. But then this past January, the facade literally blew off the hollow shell that had been Boeing's promises to the world. And once that chasm was exposed, we learned that there was virtually no bottom to the void that lay below. PSI started this investigation after current Boeing quality engineer Sam Salapur came forward to disclose alleged shortcuts in the production of 787 and 777 aircraft that could pose catastrophic safety risks over time, fastening of the fuselage to other parts. Mr. Salapur courageously recounted how he was isolated and transferred for refusing to stay silent about his concerns. Our investigation has proceeded since we first heard from him, and we have heard from many others. We have more than a dozen whistleblowers by this point, and we encourage more to come forward. We've collected that evidence. We've learned that Boeing's problems go deeper than one whistleblower or one incident or one line of aircraft. A mechanic in South Carolina told us about how when he and his colleagues raised concerns about directives to not follow policies and procedures, quote, we were ordered to just do it and told there were hundreds of others waiting in line outside the gate wanting our jobs. Another whistleblower from Washington State has brought us new evidence. Very recently, a Boeing employee, Sam Mohawk, quality assurance inspector in Renton, Washington, informed us that Boeing is improperly documenting, I'm quoting, non-conforming parts, possibly using them and installing them in airplanes. There are parts that are damaged or defective, out of specification. He said that he's been told by his superiors to conceal this evidence from the FAA and that he is being retaliated against. In fact, he's been threatened with termination. These are chilling allegations. They echo concerns raised by others like John Barnett, who made similar claims about practices at Boeing 787 manufacturing plant in South Carolina, and by Merle Myers, who came forward last month with additional related claims about a different plant in Washington. This new evidence is detailed in a memorandum that I shared with my colleagues, PSI members, earlier today. Without objection, I'd like to ask that this memorandum be entered into the record. Mr. Calhoun, you were brought in to the company as CEO. You had been on the board to turn this company around. You and your board of directors have a duty to your shareholders, but they will be deeply ill-served if you fail to correct course to confront the root cause of this broken safety culture. You have a duty to demand the highest safety standards and insist that every installation is properly documented and ensure that speak up means, in fact, speak up, not shut up, as it is meant all too often. Boeing needs to stop thinking about the next earning call and start thinking about the next generation. We're here because we want Boeing to succeed. Boeing needs to succeed for the sake of the jobs it provides, for the sake of local economies it supports, for the sake of the American traveling public, for the sake of our military. It's not enough for Boeing to shrug its shoulders and say, well, mistakes happen. This is not an industry where it's okay to cut corners, to reduce inspections, to take shortcuts, and rely on broken parts that happen to be sitting around. This is not an industry where it's okay to rush planes out the door because you need to meet a quarterly sales target. I feel you know all of what I am saying, but it's not enough to say it. Boeing has to do it. Boeing has to live it. In a country where air travel literally was invented with the ingenuity and exceptional American engineers of Boeing, where still the best workforce in the world in the aviation industry continues to come to work every day and do its best, there's absolutely no reason where we should not be the home of the preeminent airplane manufacturer in the world. Boeing is making some leadership changes, but they look more like management musical chairs, moving the same people to different roles within the company, people who may have been responsible and should be held accountable. The Department of Justice will conclude its investigation and make its independent decision about whether to prosecute. But for Boeing, regardless of that decision, it is a moment of reckoning and an opportunity to change a broken safety culture. With that, I turn to the ranking member. Mr. Calhoun, let's put it very bluntly. 346 people died because of a faulty control system, the MCAS system, that Boeing knew was going to cause a crash at some point, correct?
I would not say the latter part of that sentence.
People at Boeing knew.
There was a judgment that was made by ourselves, our design engineers, and the certification process that that could never happen, but it did.
Well, now you're going to make me really angry because the evidence shows, in fact, that the engineers working on this plane knew that that faulty control system drove the nose down under certain circumstances, and pilots, in fact, Lions Air and Ethiopian Air struggled to lift that nose as the plane plummeted toward the sea, and they couldn't do it because they didn't know what was happening, and the reason they didn't know what was happening is Boeing concealed it. They concealed it from the FAA, and therefore Boeing was charged with defrauding the United States of America. And the prosecution was deferred because Boeing paid a fine, but no individual was held accountable. In my view, and I said it at the time, individuals should be held accountable for those deaths. Don't you agree?
Senator, it's wrong for me to reinvestigate an investigation that was
I'm not
thorough,
talking about
thorough,
reinvestigating.
And,
I'm talking about a judgment We're here about accountability. It is a moment of reckoning for Boeing that will help Boeing in the long run, because the only way to course correct is to face the truth and confront the need for action. And I'm asking you, shouldn't individuals be held accountable, individuals who are still at Boeing and who may be in positions of responsibility now?
Senator Blumenthal, we are responsible. We are responsible. The Department of Justice and the Boeing team and all the investigations and all the judgments that were ultimately taken, I'm not here to second guess them.
Only one individual was ever criminally prosecuted, a pilot. He was acquitted. And I'm saying to you, and I'm saying to the Department of Justice, individuals should be held accountable, because that's the only way that deterrence works. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir. I believe strongly in accountability.
Now, Boeing paid a criminal fine of $243 million, correct?
I don't know the precise number, but I assume that's
You
correct.
must know the precise number. You're the CEO of the company. It only happened 5 years ago.
5 years ago, and I
4 years ago.
Yep.
Boeing paid $243 million in a criminal penalty. It paid $500 million to the families who lost loved ones in the MAX crashes, and it paid $1.77 billion in compensation to airline customers. Those numbers correct?
Yes.
As to any of those amounts that were paid, was Boeing insured?
I don't have a precise number for you.
You don't have a precise number, but Boeing was insured.
Probably.
Therefore, Boeing didn't have to pay.
Probably.
Large amounts. Do you know how much?
I don't know the net amount, sir.
Let me ask you this. Did Boeing take tax deductions on any of those amounts to reduce the impact to the company?
And I don't have the answer to that either, sir.
You don't have the answer as the CEO of the company? I find that hard to believe.
I don't, sir.
Well, I would suggest that the prosecution that is, in my view, almost certainly to result from the investigation underway, and I say again, as former federal prosecutor and state attorney general, I think that the evidence is near overwhelming to justify that prosecution, that there ought to be individual accountability and amounts that really reflect the harm done that are not deductible, as those amounts were. And I would like you to report back to this committee as to what amounts were deducted and how much of those penalties and payments were covered by insurance. Will you commit to do that?
I will do that.
John Barnett went through 2 days of deposition. Have you read his deposition?
Yes, yes.
What was your reaction?
Heartbroken.
Well, it was heartbreaking, that's for sure, but did it cause you to want to take some action against those employees who put pressure on him and threatened him?
Senator, now this was considerably before my time. I do know that that process was taken up by the governing authorities and was looked into, and they came out with a determination that I know nobody's satisfied with in the Barnett family, and I understand that, and I understand why. But it did go through a process, and I know the family will take exception to that process, and I understand it.
I'll turn to the ranking member for, thank you, Mr. Calhoun. We will have 7-minute rounds. I'll begin. Mr. Calhoun, more than 5 years after the MAX crashes, you're once again making promises and seeming commitments. They seem highly aspirational. They are very general to correct course. Do you think Boeing has done enough to date to make those kinds of corrections? And what would you say to the whistleblowers who have come forward and faced retaliation?
Senator, thank you for the question. I ask myself that question every day. Have we done enough? I will remind everyone the findings and the accidents. And we all participated in the investigative work. We saw the conclusions by virtue of the NTSB reports and the local regulators' reports. These issues were attributed to the development of the airplane and a software package referred to as MCAS. And there, we took responsibility for that error.
You accept that Boeing was responsible for those crashes and 346
I
deaths?
accept that MCAS and Boeing are responsible for those crashes.
But
yes, sir.
has enough been done to date already?
So this is the answer to that question. The development process for an airplane starts with an engineering effort. So we have revamped our engineering effort at large. We have created a series of design practices, including a new one referred to as human factors. It speaks directly to the work that needed to be done to prevent MCAS from creating the environment that those pilots faced at that moment. So we did that. We established a safety management system. We learned from the FAA and from our airline customers what it was and how to implement it. We've been listening to it. We tuned that safety management system into every airplane that flies every second of every day, so that we could learn from those airplanes.
Let me be more specific, and I apologize for interrupting, but we're limited in terms of time. Boeing has a code of conduct that states, and I quote, "I will never retaliate against or punish anyone who speaks up to report a concern," end quote. And yet, the whistleblowers that we have heard, including testifying before this committee, have reported a host of retaliatory behaviors, from reassignment to exclusion from key meeting to being sidelined and sidetracked in their careers, verbal harassment and threats, and even physical violence. After whistleblower John Barnett raised his concerns about missing parts, he reported that his supervisor called him 19 times in one day and 21 times another day. And when Barnett asked his supervisor about those calls, he was told, quote, "I'm going to push you until you break." He broke. When whistleblower Sam Mohawk raised concerns about Boeing's concealment of non-conforming parts, he was put in charge of completing corrective action investigations with an impossible deadline, and then threatened with formal discipline, including firing. He couldn't meet that deadline. When I hear about these experiences, I wonder whether Boeing really wants change. How can you reassure us that Boeing is going to, in fact, end this broken safety culture?
Senator, I'm going to start by assuring you that I listened to the whistleblowers that appeared at your hearing. Something went wrong. And I know the sincerity of their remarks.
Well, let me ask you a more
specific. And then, with respect to our company, we do have a policy. I often cite and reward the people who bring issues forward, even if they have huge consequence on our company and our production levels, et cetera. My leadership team does that. We survey our people with respect to, do they feel empowered to speak up? That survey performance gets better and better. It's never perfect. We work hard to reach out to our people. Immediately following Alaska, we had a stand down. The stand downs continue and they rotate, and we listen to everybody. I'm trying to deal with 30,000 ideas on how we can move forward. How do we make their jobs easier? How do we train them more effectively? How do we do that? Our team we are working hard to
Mr.
listen.
Calhoun, let me ask you, how many of your employees have been fired for retaliating against whistleblowers?
Senator, I don't have that number on the tip of my tongue, but I know it.
Have
I know it
any-
happens.
have
I
any
know
been
it happens.
fired?
I am happy to follow up and get you that number.
I would appreciate
Yes.
your following up. Let me ask you, have any of your supervisors, your managers, anybody been fired for retaliating against people who speak truth to power about defects or problems in production?
Senator, we have fired people and disciplined people, and I am happy to follow up with what
Who
you
have
need.
you fired and how have they been disciplined?
I can't, I have concern on privacy, and as you know, every one of those cases.
But will you come back to this committee and
I
tell
will
us?
most certainly get back to you, sir.
Let me ask you, have you been aware of how Boeing has complied with requests for information from this committee?
Probably not by line item. No, sir.
Well, let me show you a sample of the data produced by Boeing in response to requests by this committee. I'll show you a bigger display, and the details have been provided to you. Are you able to make sense of this?
No, sir.
Complete gobbledygook.
Yes, sir.
This is what Boeing has provided to this committee in response to our requests for information. Can you justify these productions?
I will, I would describe it precisely as you did, and I can't justify. And I will most definitely follow up.
My time has expired on this first round.
Thank you. Are there specific sanctions that would kick in with this designation that are not currently in place right now? And the second question is, we heard Putin in North Korea say that he supports North Korea's ability to enhance their own defense capabilities. Did you take that as an explicit endorsement of their nuclear program?
I think it is an endorsement of their nuclear program. I will tell you, you know, again, I don't want to hold up the picture for a third time, but this photograph is not just outrageous, it is deeply scary because it signals cooperation not only against Ukraine, but against the United States. I don't even need to go into the classified briefings that we've received to tell you how frightening the idea is that Russia would be lending its nuclear expertise to North Korea. Remember, Russia, for years and years, opposed North Korea getting exactly this kind of capacity, nuclear capacity, because it was so frightened of what this madman might do. So I interpret it as an endorsement, and that is one of the reasons why I think we need to use every tool available. And if nothing else, let me just tell you what one practical consequence would be. Russia's sovereign immunity in our courts would be severely restricted and curtailed as a state sponsor of terrorism. There would also be consequences for sanctions enforcement and other results. I stand here with my friend and colleague, Lindsey Graham. I'm tempted to say, as the trial lawyer that I once was and in some ways hope to be again in the United States Senate, Exhibit A, I rest my case.
Yeah, there you go.
Two of the most autocratic, atrocity-committing leaders in the world standing together, terrorist sponsors. This picture says it all. Russia deserves to be, in fact, it's deeply earned the designation to be a state sponsor of terrorism. And so far as the practical consequences are concerned, yes, sanctions would be strengthened, and yes, there would be practical consequences, but in my view, this message to the world is as important in a moral sense as any practical consequence. Russia deserves to be in this small, selective club of atrocity-committing killers. And Russia deserves to be designated as a state sponsor of terrorism. So we're going to pursue this fight. It is bipartisan. We have other supporters. And it is a priority for me, having seen in very personal ways what Russia has done in Ukraine. We visited in Bucha the site of the mass graves. Women and children, hands tied behind their back, shot in the head. We have talked to prosecutors about Russia kidnapping children and indoctrinating them in Russia, taking them away from their loved ones and parents. We have seen firsthand the kind of terrorism that Russia has committed and sponsored around the world. And I believe that the United States Senate has to take a stand. Sentencing, Judge Lopez, could you talk a little bit about your philosophy of sentencing? Because I think it's important for the committee to hear more fully how you approach what I think is one of the most important responsibilities of a judge.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I practiced extensively as a federal prosecutor, so I'm quite familiar with the federal sentencing system. The state of Maine sentencing system that I now work under is quite different. We don't have sentencing guidelines. Instead, in the state of Maine, we have a three-part methodology that we are required by statute to follow. In every case, I look carefully at the factual record. I make factual findings as dictated by the evidence before me, and then I follow the three-part sentencing methodology. The third part of that methodology requires the court to consider whether to suspend a portion of the sentence so that the defendant can be on probation conditions. The Maine system does not have supervised release for most crimes the way that the federal system does, and so the only way to place an offender on probation conditions after release and to supervise them in the community is to suspend a portion of the sentence, and that happens, in my experience, in the majority of Maine cases. In every case, I listen carefully to the parties, to the victims, if it's a crime involving victims. And in many cases, I have imposed sentences that the state has asked for. And I view each case on its own and impose a sentence that is dictated by the evidence and the statutory factors.
And I think that's important. You try to individualize a sentence. I've been a prosecutor, U.S. Attorney and Attorney General. And sentencing has, in part, justifiably, a punishment aspect. Society demands that there be some suffering on the part of people who commit a crime. That's, in part, why we deprive them of their freedom. But it also is supposed to have some corrective effect on the individual. It used to be called rehabilitative. And unfortunately, all too often our prisons fail to provide either job skills or education or health care in many different ways. As you look at an individual, is the factual background that you consider partly whether that person is going to commit another crime or become a productive member of society?
Senator, that's something I'm required to consider under the statutory factors set forth by Maine law, the individual history and characteristics of the defendant, including any criminal history, any past failures on probation, and the prospects for rehabilitation, and then, of course, the nature and circumstances of the offense. And so in each case, I consider all of those factors as I'm required to by Maine law.
Thank you. I really appreciate that very thoughtful answer to a question that I think becomes embroiled in the politics of the moment, but really faces this committee in the way that we make laws and faces judges literally every day in courtrooms all around the country, in state courts as well as federal courts. I really appreciate both of your service to our country. Part of your service is appearing before this committee. Not pleasant, not fair. Welcome to our world. And I want to thank you and commend you for being here to participate in the very constructive and thoughtful way that you have done. I would invite either of you, feel no pressure to do so, to add any comments that perhaps you haven't been able to conclude because you've been interrupted. If you want to say something in addition to explain, provide further answers, please use the balance of my time to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, what is do you share the assessment from Senator Bennett that Joe Biden is on track to lose this election?
I think that Joe Biden will win this election if the party unifies behind him and he continues to make his case to the American people effectively and vigorously about the contrast between him and President Trump. I think that he has to continue to be out at town halls, press conferences, meetings with everyday Americans, showing how he is fighting for the American people.
But he's not doing that. He's not doing that.
Phase go on with Democrats doubting his abilities. How much longer can y'all do this?
I think he will continue to make his case to the American people.
But do you think
and he is the one who will decide. There are advisors and supporters who may give him the kind of guidance that he is looking for, but I think ultimately it's his decision to make. I think that this kind of internal debate will end at some point. The question is when.
But I mean, you have to be concerned about his viability, aren't you?
I am deeply concerned about Joe Biden winning this November because it is an existential threat to the country if Donald Trump wins. So I think that we have to reach a conclusion as soon as possible. And I think Joe Biden, as the Democratic nominee, has my support. He has a lot of broad support throughout the country. He's working vigorously to try to quell the concerns that have been raised. And I think that's his task right now. He can do it, but there will be a question mark for some time.
But it doesn't seem to be working, so what will it take?
I think that there will be a consensus at some point. I can't tell you when, but hopefully it will be as soon as possible.
How critical is the next few days? The president's on the world stage at the NATO summit.
Every day is critical in this election. We have a limited amount of time, and the contrast between Joe Biden and Donald Trump couldn't be clearer, and has to be drawn for the American people to understand. That's why he has to make his case to not only my colleagues and people in Washington, but throughout the country.
And when you say soon, do you mean this week? I mean, is it wise to do this during the Republican National Convention?
There is no question that Joe Biden still has a task ahead. How quickly he can complete it in terms of making his case to the American people. It may take a while longer, but as the Democratic nominee, he has my support.
You don't think there should be a replacement candidate at this point?
I'm sorry?
You don't think there should be a replacement candidate at this point?
Joe Biden deserves at least some period of time to continue vigorously and effectively making his case to the American people about the contrast between him and Donald Trump. That is the main focus right now. And if he can make that case effectively, not only here in Washington, but throughout the country, I think he will continue to have the nomination, and ultimately it's his decision.
How important is it that...
And I will say this, I have confidence in Joe Biden doing what's right for America. What he believes is right for America is to defeat Donald Trump. And he'll be a pretty good judge of whether that will be possible. We can all advise him. We can raise concerns. Ultimately, the decision is his. And I'm going to continue to raise concerns, but I do think that we need to ultimately unify because the existential threat here is Donald Trump.
It sounds like you're leaving the door open, though, a little bit there.
That's about all.
How important is the press conference tomorrow in an uncontrolled situation like the debate?
I'm not going to speculate on, what may be important. Mr. Mancini, we're going to have several rounds of questioning. I hope 7 minutes each. I welcome my colleagues being here. We'll try to stick to 7 minutes so everybody can get a chance. Let me ask you, Mr. Fowler, have you had a chance to review our report? It was provided to you earlier.
Senator, yes, I have had a chance to make myself familiar.
Okay. Any of these numbers, and I'm directing your attention particularly to page 28, figure 6, if you want to have a look at copy that's been provided to you. Any of those numbers look wrong? I'm assuming they don't,
Chairman,
because
did you
they
say,
came from Zell.
Chairman, excuse me, did you say 28, figure 6?
Page 28. While you're looking, I'll just say to you that they describe in greater detail what I mentioned earlier, namely that only 38% of the claims made for unauthorized losses, which is down from 62% in 2019, have been reimbursed, although unauthorized claims are required to be reimbursed under current law, the Electronic Funds Transfer Act. Do you dispute the numbers that are in figure 6?
Mr. Chairman, as you know, financial institutions on the Zell network are required to comply with Reg E. So,
well, these numbers are correct, yes or no?
This is bank data. So
it's correct. Yes. Yes is a good way to answer if you have no disagreement.
Senator, it's bank information. It's not Zell network released.
Okay. And I gather you don't dispute either that of the $372 million in disputed fraud and scam transactions on Zell at Bank of America, J.P. Morgan, Chase, and Wells Fargo alone, more than $270 million were not returned to consumers who lost those funds, correct?
Again, Mr. Chairman, these are bank data to confirm. The important part here, I think, is that all banks are required to comply with Regulation E. As you know, they have the policies and procedures to do those.
Why is the rate of reimbursement only 38%?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not in a position to comment on that.
So you don't dispute that it's correct, but you have no explanation.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the financial institutions that are on the Zelle platform are required to comply with Regulation E.
But they're not doing it.
And they're supervised to do so as regulated banks.
Well, that number, which apparently you don't dispute, indicates they are not complying with the current law, Regulation E, Electronic Funds Transfer Act.
Mr. Chairman, my role is to provide oversight of the Zelle network and the operating rules and ensure that participating banks do the same.
In an interview in March, you said, and I quote, "There is a point where the conversation needs to move beyond reimbursement and stay incredibly focused on education, public policy, and law enforcement. And we try to balance our energy across all of those categories." Evidently, reimbursement is not one of your priorities.
Mr. Chairman, I would stand by those statements. I think that across 120 million users, where 99.9+% of the time there is no fraud or scam involved in the transaction, and for that less than 0.1, we have industry-leading reimbursement programs in place. My point in that statement and my point today would be that more energy for all of us needs to shift to the criminals that are perpetrating the crime.
None of your testimony to all of the witnesses disputes numbers in this report. Do any of you have alternative numbers that you think are more accurate than the ones in this report? I gather from silence that you would agree that these numbers are accurate. They come from the banks, as Mr. Fowler indicated, and they are correct. So my question to you, Ms. Felcher, is what's the explanation for only 38% reimbursement of a category? Remember, we're talking here about unauthorized losses, which I think you call fraud, as opposed to scams where there is some kind of consent or approval. But in that category, there's a legal requirement that they be reimbursed. What's the explanation for only 38%?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak to the aggregated data. I can only speak to Chase data.
What is the Chase data?
The information that we provided to the committee is based on how the customer initially describes what happened on their initial call to us. And when we complete our investigation, we may determine that the transaction was actually authorized.
So you're saying, what is the data then for Chase, the equivalent of the 38% number?
The data that we provide, and I don't have that number right in front of me, but
You don't have the data for reimbursements of authorized or unauthorized claims?
Unauthorized, I think your question, Mr. Chairman, was about unauthorized transactions. And we do reimburse 100% of all unauthorized transactions. The data that we provided to the subcommittee is based on how that claim was classified upon the initial call that we had with the customer. As we complete our investigation and we determine that the transaction may in fact have been authorized, and that is why you would see a different number.
So you shift them from unauthorized to authorized?
We do an investigation to determine whether the transaction was authorized or unauthorized.
In every single one of those claims, you do an investigation?
We investigate all claims.
And what is the nature of that investigation?
We use a variety of tools to determine that case of whether the customer actually made that transaction or not.
I think a representative of J.P. Morgan Chase said, or was quoted this morning as saying, quote, "It is disappointing that this subcommittee spent a year investigating one of the safest payment platforms only to make partisan recommendations that ignore the underlying problem, the criminals." Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that it is important that we look at the root cause of the problem, which is the criminal activity. We have criminals out there that are taking advantage of Americans, and they are taking advantage of their money.
Have you read the recommendations?
I have not had an opportunity to fully
The recommendations deal with criminality and enforcement. Do you agree with the statement made by that J.P. Morgan Chase representatives that these are partisan recommendations that ignore the basis for the problem?
I believe that it's important that we look at the root cause of the problem and stop that so we can actually bring justice to the victims.
My time has expired. I'm going to come back to this topic. I'm going to go to the ranking member.
So again, I just want
The issue of reimbursement is really fundamental. Fundamental to the people who lose money, real money, and it's also fundamental to the incentives for your institutions to do better, because if you're reimbursing, then you have a financial incentive to impose stronger measures. Aside from just those panels that the ranking member mentioned that say, be sure you're paying someone you know, they create the kinds of incentives that enable and empower you to do more of the friction, slowing down people, actually, so they're not just breezing through a transaction. So I was, quite honestly, shocked by the statement made by that J.P. Morgan Chase representative this morning that we were ignoring the underlying problem in our report. I was shocked somewhat because, as it happens, Chase has the lowest reimbursement rate for scams of any of the 3 banks that we investigate. In fact, Chase reimbursed 2% or less of all scams disputed each year for the last 5 years. In 2022, you reimbursed 1% of all scam disputes. In 2021, Chase reimbursed 0.09%. In 2020, this figure was 0.01%. You must have amazing investigators, Ms. Felcher. What's your explanation for those numbers?
We reimburse the qualifying.
Could you move the microphone
sorry.
closer to you?
Sorry. Yes. We reimburse the qualifying imposter scams in accordance with the network policy. We know that the vast majority of these scams are originating upstream from when the customer actually goes onto the Chase app or chase.com to perform the Zelle transaction. Nearly 60% of the Zelle scams that we hear about from our customers are originating on social media platforms. We also know that criminals are spoofing the telephone numbers of trusted institutions like their banks, like the utility companies, or even
But essentially, all of these claims were made by people who authorized the transfer of money? Is that what Chase believes? Because we're talking about less than 2%.
We reimburse the scams that qualified for the imposter scams, and we do not reimburse for authorized scams, for example, for those what their customers that are purchasing.
You do the absolute minimum required by law.
We actually go above and beyond the law in terms of our reimbursement for qualifying imposter scams.
Well, the numbers don't show it, do they?
I would respectfully disagree that we actually do go above and beyond what is required by law in reimbursing certain imposter scams.
Mr. Fowler, as of June, there's a new policy that certain kinds of authorized transfers be reimbursed, correct?
Chairman, that's correct.
What is that policy now?
The policy makes a distinction within the category of scams, which is what we're talking about right now, which is the authorized transaction. And it says when there are circumstances where an imposter specifically linked to a financial institution, a government organization, or known service provider is the instigator, then the Zelle rule, which is distinct from Regulation E, as you know, which doesn't require authorized transactions to be reimbursed. The Zelle rule, which goes above and beyond, it's those circumstances where there's an imposter that the Zell rule says
in
reimbursement.
those narrow circumstances? Are the banks complying with that rule?
Chairman, I would challenge your first point. It isn't narrow. There are many, including regulators, who say that these are the most insidious and increasingly common. 95% of these types of scams are happening outside of the payments rails, outside of Zelle. So that's a separate topic, which is an important one. But of the 5% that are happening here, these are common. And in defense of my colleagues here, my explanation of the numbers that you read earlier were these are newer phenoms over the last few years. There hasn't been a regulation that required repayment, and as policies, procedures, technologies, and capabilities within the member organizations of the financial institutions within Zelle and within Zelle itself have improved, and the rules have come in place. The financial institutions within the Zelle network, the 2,100, of whom 95% are small banks, credit unions, et cetera, are living up to the expectations of the Zelle rule. And where they're not,
percentages that I've used, though, apply to the 3 banks here. And you didn't dispute those numbers. Let me ask
Senator,
you,
I don't recognize those numbers.
Have you used any kind of third-party review of your practices here? Any of the banks? Third-party review, some independent review of how you investigate and deny reimbursement? Ms. Felcher?
We take our responsibility to investigate every single claim incredibly seriously, and we're always ensuring that the quality of those decisions are high.
So you've never had a third-party review. Mr. Monaco?
Mr. Chairman, I am not aware of a third-party review. I can look into that and see if there in fact has been one. But I would make one other comment here, which is that when a claim is denied, right, and a customer at Bank of America requests a re-review, we do that. We have another investigator do it, so a separate one, and customers can do that multiple times. So we do think that each circumstance is different, each circumstance is unique, and we investigate each one fully before making a decision.
Mr. Vancini, I gather the answer is no third-party review. Mr. Vancini?
I'm not aware of any third-party review outside of the construct of external audit.
Senator Johnson.
So again, I'm just trying to clarify things. So I want to compare.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, to both of you, and more important, thank you for your professional dedication, your personal bravery, and your devotion to the ideals of law enforcement. I know for both of you this moment is a painful one, and Acting Director Rowe, I've heard you speak in a private setting very emotionally and passionately about the need to take responsibility and take action that will assure accountability. And I know that you share a commitment, along with Director Abate, to full public disclosure to the maximum extent possible. We can make speeches at you, and I've made one myself in that private setting about the need for broader, fuller disclosure to the public, not just in press conferences, but in the course of your investigation about what you know and feel you can disclose without compromising your investigation. Let me ask you, last week, Senator Peters and Paul, along with Senator Johnson and myself, sent requests to both of your agencies to produce documents. We've only received a handful so far. Can you commit to when we can expect those documents?
We will get them to you as quickly as we can, Senator.
Well, can we expect them this week?
We will work to meet that deadline, sir.
And when can we expect all the communications, the text messages that agents have sent to each other? Eventually, all of it is going to come out, as you know. When can we expect all of those documents?
We will gather them up and get them to you, Senator.
You, I think, took the position as to the local law enforcement responsible for the shooter on the roof, the snipers that were in place, that it was their job to take him out. But ultimately, doesn't the buck stop with the Secret Service?
It stops with us, sir, but let me just clarify. The perspective that they had on that roof, when I show you the perspective from what our sniper saw, he's on the downside of that ridged roof. Their perspective from the AGR building, looking out, their area of responsibility, looking left, they should have been able to see. You can see in that photo in Exhibit A, which we will make part of the record and turn over to the committee. He's already crossed over that bridge or the walkway and stepped up onto that roof. I'm not saying that they should have neutralized him, but if they'd have just held their post and looked left, maybe, and there's a lot of maybes there, Senator.
A lot of
maybe he would have been
maybes,
detected.
but somebody needs to be held accountable. And I think Senator Graham hit the nail on the head. We need to know who specifically was responsible for doing what. Who was responsible for saying to former President Trump, sir, it's not safe to go out there yet? Who was responsible for making sure that those local law enforcement were doing their job? Who was responsible for tracking down that suspicious person who fit the profile? 10 to 25 years old, young male. The FBI has warned us about it year after year after year. Director Wray has come before us and said the threat is from domestic extremism. The lone gunman, we're all aware of it in law enforcement. So I think we need individual accountability here, and people need to be held responsible, in fact, lose their jobs, if necessary, to send a message that this massive intelligence and surveillance failure, as well as the enforcement failure, cries out for accountability. Let me just ask, in the short time I have left, what is the nature of the Iran threat?
I'm sorry, Senator, could you repeat the question?
What is the nature of the Iran threat, the threat to former President Trump that has been mentioned?
Well, we know that, let me be clear here, the terrorist regime of Iran have been targeting people or country for many, many years now. We've talked about that here before. I want to be clear about that. From the FBI standpoint, we know publicly they've targeted former President Trump. They've called for his assassination along with other current and former government officials. That's public information. It's well known to everyone.
Was there a specific or imminent threat on July 13th?
We have no information that there are any co-conspirators or that foreign or domestic, including Iran, related to this. But we're not, I want to be clear, we have no evidence of that. We're not ruling anything out. We're looking into all possibilities and leaving our minds open to that.
Was that on the minds of the Secret Service on July 13th, that there might be some threat from Iran?
Sir, as Deputy Director Abate just said, we're aware of the public sentiment and statements of the government of Iran to do harm to Donald J. Trump, and we use a threat-based model.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. President.
Sorry.
Well, first, my thanks to Leader Schumer, who kept his word. He promised a vote, and he gave us a vote, not just with words, but with his heart. And his passion has been inspiring. He has truly felt the pain of parents and advocates who worked through their grief to inspire and move the United States Senate. As much as I would like to claim that our eloquence and wit and insight were persuasive, it is in fact those parents and young people who came to Washington, cajoled, convinced, and ultimately prevailed here. Young people will take back control over their own lives. Parents will have tools to safeguard those young people. They will be able to disconnect from the addictive features and opt out of those black box algorithms that drive at them relentlessly the eating disorders, bullying, fentanyl, sex exploitation, self-harm, and all too often suicide and bullying. And so we are on the cusp of a new era. It is an era of accountability for big tech. First major significant legislation in almost three decades that provides for reforms, providing safeguards for people against the excesses and abuses of big tech. No longer will we rely on big tech when it says, trust us. They betrayed that trust. We can't count on them to do it. And my hope is that the House will recognize that there is an urgency here. There's a need that cries out for action right away because lives hang in the balance. And I believe that in these next 4 weeks, those parents and young people are going to be as effective with House members as they were with senators. And they will come back to Washington as kids go back to school with the pleas of those young people and parents ringing in their ears. I'm very hopeful that House leadership will move forward because it has expressed a strong interest, and they know as well as we the urgency of this moment. So we have the opportunity with the momentum of today, a big bipartisan vote, to move forward. I want to thank all of our staff, all of Senator Schumer's staff, and most important, the colleagues who helped us reach almost 3/4 of the Senate now co-sponsors this bill, and most especially Senator Blackburn, who has been a partner from the very start. We've held hearings, we've crafted, redrafted, revised this legislation to meet concerns that have been expressed, and she has been a steadfast and courageous partner in this effort, and thank her for all the hard work she's devoted to this cause. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Schumer, for your leadership on the Cal tax credit issue, but most importantly for today, thank you for giving us a vote and for your strong and passionate advocacy in giving kids and parents back control over their online lives. What took so long? Opposition from big tech. We have broken the grip that big tech has on this process. This vote was overwhelmingly bipartisan, as was co-sponsorship of the bill at the end of the process. 3/4 of the Senate, evenly divided Republican and Democrat, co-sponsored the Kids Online Safety Act. Democracy works if we have bipartisan support. And finally, I want to add my thanks to the parents and young people who were the main advocates here, the most effective advocates for this bill. I'm hopeful that in the next 4 weeks, they're going to continue this fight, cajole and convince our House colleagues that there is an urgency here that is unquestionable and undeniable. We need to pass this measure when kids go back to school and our congressional colleagues come back to Waterford. I know that House leadership is very interested, and many in the House have expressed strong support for this bill. I'm hopeful that we'll have the same kind of overwhelming bipartisan support in the House as we did in the Senate. But overall, it is a historic, monumental day. The public interest has prevailed. The big tech business model here, more kids' eyes and eyeballs for longer periods of time, more advertising dollars, more revenues and profits. That's a business model that has to be abandoned after the kids are on like safe check. We have given young people and parents the tools and safeguards to disconnect from those addictive features and from the black box algorithms that drive content at bullying, eating disorders, self-harm, sexual, sex exploitation. A lot of positive on social media, but the bad stuff is really scary and violent. So thank you to the parents and kids for counting on it. Three of our witnesses, I'll try to avoid repeating what you may have already told us, but I think that this topic is so important and the problem is so prevalent that some of the answers may actually merit repeating. We're talking here about interviews that this subcommittee has conducted with 100 formerly or currently incarcerated survivors of pregnancy in state prisons or jails where they've been denied proper care. When a prisoner, say it's a male prisoner, breaks a leg or suffers a concussion or a cut, they are provided medical care. Often inadequate medical care, but there's at least a recognition that the broken leg has to be put in a cast or the cut has to be given stitches. Some medical care is provided. What we're seeing with the women who have been through pregnancy or postpartum experiences, 200 documented human rights abuses, are simply beyond the pale in a civilized society, at least in the United States of America. And there's no way that it serves the purposes of incarceration. One of those purposes is punishment. But what we're talking about here is simply lack of humanity that in no way is an acceptable form of punishment. And it is focused on women. Our investigation spanned 32 states. It's not isolated or unique to one state. Some states do better than others. One of our witnesses is from Connecticut, my state. I want to thank Corinne LeBoy for sharing your experience, which I know has been deeply painful. I want to thank you for talking to me earlier.
Thank you, sir.
For this hearing and giving me some of your insights into your daughter's experience. The simple fact is that the state of Connecticut, in denying Tiana proper care, not only violated basic standards of decency, but a court order, a consent order adopted years previously. Your litigation resulted in a settlement. I know that settlements don't necessarily explicitly acknowledge responsibility, but certainly they're a sign of it. And maybe most important, it caused Connecticut to adopt a statute. After your horrifying ordeal, Connecticut has attempted to reform the way it treats pregnant and postpartum incarcerated women at the York Correctional Institution, both through legislation and a shift in who provides health services at the facility. Pregnant inmates now at York are given counseling and information about their pregnancy, medical care, including periodic monitoring and prenatal vitamins, a diet to support a healthy pregnancy, sanitary materials, and access to qualified medical health professionals for postpartum treatment. At least that is what they are supposed to receive. That is what they're entitled to receive under law. And I'm proud that the state legislature has moved forward with those reforms as a result of your experience and, frankly, your advocacy. So I'm here to say thank you to you and Tiana and Nevaeh, your granddaughter, who is about to enter first grade in New Britain. Congratulations to her.
Thank you so much.
And your daughter will be released this fall, perhaps as early as October. And congratulations to her on completing her incarceration. But my question to you is, do you think these reforms are having a positive effect on the treatment of pregnant and postpartum women who are incarcerated, so far as you know, in the Connecticut system?
I believe so. I haven't recently been up there because they've been on lockdown and, you know, other situations she was dealing with. But I believe she made some changes. Sadly, we had to come through this to make some changes happen. But they are she's making some changes in the prison as far as prenatal care and other. And I hope that it just be worldwide, not just Connecticut.
And your granddaughter has been in your home, correct?
Yes. Since she was 5 weeks, she came straight from the hospital to my home.
And from what I can tell, she's been the light of your life.
Yes. Definitely, yes. She's a blessing.
Probably Tiana will live at least for a while with you once she's released, along with your granddaughter.
She'll be close, yes. She wants to have her own place and stuff, so.
Naturally.
But she's going to be close, and she's going to be spending a lot of time with the family. It's been years.
You've been through a lot.
Yes, sir.
We're here not just to decry and denounce that inhumanity, but also to celebrate the enormous courage and strength of women like you and your daughter, Tiana, and Nevaeh, even though she's only now 6 years old.
Yes.
Who are working your way through a real ordeal and the after effects of it, but showing great grace and dignity and grit, which can be an example for us all. And your advocacy has special meaning today and always in Connecticut. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It means a lot.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Welch.
Thank you all for being here. What a wonderful mom you are.
A lot of the 9/11 families are concerned about this plea deal that the administration reached with KSM. Are you concerned about this plea deal?
I am very concerned about this plea deal, and I think we ought to scrutinize it very carefully. I think there are interests here that may not have been represented as fairly and aggressively as they should have been. I've championed the 9/11 families in their legal action against Saudi Arabia. There is so much here that we don't know, and we have an obligation to tell the American people about the potential complicity not only of these defendants, but of Saudi Arabia and other countries.
Have the administration given you any explanation to this yet?
No explanation whatsoever, and they owe me and Congress an explanation, but more important, they owe the 9/11 families and the American people.
When you say scrutinize it, what exactly do you think you could find?
We can't know what we would find until we do the scrutiny, but basically it's whether the interests of justice, and particularly the 9/11 families, were represented fairly and aggressively in seeking results here that are important to our credibility around the world when we fight terrorists and we have them in custody. Thanks. Thank you, Senator Hawley. We'll begin a second round of questions, and I want to begin where I finished. Let me go to you, Ms. Stout. The information we've been provided by the committee, more or less similar to what we know about Intel and Texas Instruments, Analog Devices audits portions of its export compliance program. You've completed a one-off review of export compliance following Russia's invasion, which identified issues. You did some corrections. Will you commit to doing regular compliance or audits? And I'm not talking about commercial audits. I know that, as my friend, the senator from Wisconsin, has said, there are audits and there are audits. I'm talking about audits of compliance, sales to distributors, and then audits of the distributors and requiring those distributors to do their own audits. Will the company commit to doing that on a regular basis?
Chairman Blumenthal, we are investing in our internal audit team. We have audited our distributors. However, we are committing
on a quarterly basis?
On a quarterly basis, but not 100% of them. So we are committing to investing more in this area and auditing 100% of our distributors.
So you will commit to doing it?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Scurry, will your company commit to doing those kinds of quarterly, regular audits? Our information is that AMD has no program for regular internal audits of your compliance program, company-wide, sales-wide, and that you haven't audited your program since the invasion, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. You did inform us yesterday that you intend to conduct a full audit of your programs in 2025. Will you commit to doing regular quarterly audits, compliance with export controls, and requiring your distributors to do the same?
Thank you, Senator. I also noticed in the report that the committee published yesterday that there was no information or very little information about our current audit process for our export control programs. So I would like to share with the committee some of the steps that we do already take. We do, for example, collect on a weekly basis point-of-sale data from our distributors, and we screen and audit that data. We also, on a weekly basis, audit our deemed export logs to make sure that all of our deemed export licenses are in order.
But what is the answer to my question? I know that you submitted additional information. Some of it may not be in the report because the report was done several days ago, and we heard from you yesterday. But will you commit now to doing quarterly audits? I think it's a fairly simple question of your distributors, of their sales, and requiring your distributors to do it as well.
Thank you, Senator. We have committed to performing a complete audit on our export control program in 2025. And
I stated that.
Right.
So, you know, we have limited amounts of time here. So if you have to do what your colleagues have said, take it back under consideration, you know, I recognize you may not have authority to make the commitment, but I'm asking you whether you're willing to make that commitment now. What's What's your answer?
So for distributors, I will need to take that back and discuss that with my team in terms of what cadence and what percentage that we can do on an annual basis.
So you'll take it back. And what
I
I'd like
will.
to ask all of you as well to do, because you probably don't have authority to make this commitment now, but I would like you to respond, let's say within 30 days. Will you also commit to an independent assessment of those audits? Let me, Ms. Scurry, come to this point that you made about these chips being old. Has your company sent a team to Ukraine to do as I did and go to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian Armed Forces Weapons Research Institute? That's where the photographs were taken, where Ukrainian military personnel have these arms from the battlefield. Have you sent teams to inspect those weapons?
Thank you, Senator. We're actually having a meeting tomorrow, a phone call with representatives from state, commerce, and I believe the organization that you just mentioned from Ukraine. I believe it's an institute with the Armed Forces of Ukraine. And it's to discuss the testing of chips, whether that happens on the ground in Ukraine or maybe in an embassy in another country. That call is tomorrow, and we've also been invited, I believe, sometime later in September to visit an embassy in another country.
So the
to
war
view
has
the
been
chips.
going on for 2 years. Export sanctions for 2 years. You told this committee just minutes ago that you believe that these computer chips are all old. But your company hasn't sent a team there to inspect them. You haven't taken steps to verify whether that information is correct. That's just your opinion or belief?
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to clarify. Since the invasion, we've had a regular cadence of trace requests, is what conflict armament research calls them. They have sent us dozens and dozens of trace requests, and they look a lot like the photographs that you held up at the beginning of the hearing. And they will ask us to use those photographs to research in our records and provide information that we have about date of manufacture and shipment and other things, and we do so. We have thought it would be more helpful if we could see the parts in person and perhaps test them. That has been complicated because of jurisdiction, but it looks like we're making progress and now at the point where we'll be able to have access to the devices.
So the simple answer is you've received a lot of trace requests, but the information to us is you haven't responded to a lot of them, correct?
Senator, we've responded to every single trace request.
But you haven't responded as to whether or not, in fact, they are products from your company.
Senator, we have responded to every trace request that has, where the photograph is visible and we can read it and we can trace it. We always provide the information. Sometimes there's products where the numbers have been scratched out or covered up. You can't do anything with those.
And that's the basis for your telling this committee that they're all old parts?
Senator, we have not found one yet that we've been able to trace to a post-sanctions manufacturing date. What I will say is that that could absolutely happen. And what we see in the KSE reporting, for example, or in the new diligence tools that are now on the market, which we have access to, And you can see in the trade data that flows are still happening into Russia. So it's an area that we need to keep an eye
since
on.
my time is limited, I would suggest that you send a team there, that you inspect the weapons that the Ukrainians have. Your phone call tomorrow may lead you to take a little bit more action. I don't mean any disrespect here, but if you are on the ground, I was there. If you talk to President Zelensky and his team, if you go to actually see them and perhaps gather firsthand, not just from trace requests. Let me ask you, Ms. Stout, Analog Devices has received 20 trace requests from just one organization since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war. Our information is that you haven't responded to any of them.
I understand your concerns. Actually, just today, had an email exchange with Mr. Damian Spleeters. We are meeting to we are meeting this week, actually on Friday, to determine how we can better
I welcome your
together.
stepping
Yeah.
up. Ms. Thompson, Texas Instruments, received 100 trace requests since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war, and only began to work to respond to them after the subcommittee's February hearing. Did Texas Instruments try to trace components it had received trace requests for when you initially received them?
Yes, so since we began talking with CAR in February, we have been having very active and productive conversations. We have been trying to be as responsive as we can. You have to work through some confidentiality considerations because the tracing involves customer information, because these parts touch many different potential customers as they are sold and resold multiple times. We have always welcomed this information. It's part of our ongoing improvement to get better and understand what is happening out there. How can we better our screening processes and who we shouldn't sell to? But we have a very active conversation with CAR. They've actually expressed their appreciation for our cooperation. And so in terms of responding, we are actively talking with them and working through the lists based on information we have to do the tracing.
Well, I'm glad that you're doing more after our hearings began. I'm not trying to be disrespectful here. We welcome your doing more, but there's a lot more that you can and I think you must do. And to say that the Russians are making these hypersonic missiles, that the Iranians are making their Shahed drones, that the most modern lethal weapons slaughtering Ukrainians are being made with 16-year-old chips? Hard to believe. Mr. Rittner, Intel has not provided any sufficient detail in response to trace requests to adequately follow those weapons. On one occasion, when your company was asked for its help searching the path of a chip, Intel offered a list of all its distributors, which was already available publicly online. I guess Intel couldn't be bothered to search, which is alarming. Are you also upgrading your program to respond to trace requests?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we have engaged with all three NGOs. We are working, as we speak, with one in particular on some tracing requests. In fact, on another NGO, we spoke with them this morning on the phone. So we are very active currently with these tracing requests.
I apologize, Senator Johnson. I'll yield to you for your question.
I'll follow up on this because I was going to ask if you've all...
Madam President.
The senior senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
We are not in a quorum call.
Thank you, Madam President. As all of us know, and the nation today commemorates, 23 years ago, we experienced the unthinkable. our nation went through unspeakable, massive terrorist attack on our own soil for the first time in our history. The attacks on September 11th reshaped the world as we know it even today and changed our country to its core. Nearly 3,000 innocent lives were lost and countless more were forever impacted as families and loved ones carry their memory. Thousands survived the attacks, but they were forever changed as well, physically, emotionally, and in many other ways. No matter how many years go by, the survivors and victims of the September 11th attacks and their families will always be in our hearts, and many of them live in Connecticut, and we remember them and their loved ones today. As all of us know, this unimaginable loss shook our nation to its core, and now, more than 2 decades later, we remain committed to honor the survivors and the fallen. We remember the people we lost, but we should also remember the survivors, the loved ones of the fallen, the first responders who continue to bear the wounds of that day and the successive days, the veterans who bear the visible and invisible wounds of war, because the ripple effects of that attack on September 11th continue to haunt us, and we should remember not just the horror of that day, but also the heroism. Because in the days and weeks afterward, as well as on that day, that heroism helped to bring us together as a nation as never before since. We were as one in those days. And all of us have memories, especially in Connecticut and other states impacted directly in our losses, the vigils, the conversations, and the acts of kindness and generosity. Most of them totally unrecorded, and many of them now perhaps unremembered. But in remembering the great heroes whom we lost, in their honor, we should also remember the loved ones who survived them. That is the reason that we have the Victims' Compensation Fund, and that is the reason that we are fighting for justice for them, so that their rights are vindicated, whether it's in court or through diplomatic channels. They deserve justice against all who were complicit in the unspeakable, horrific acts of that day. All who supported them and who enabled them. And that is the reason why in Congress I have helped to lead efforts to keep the courthouse doors open to their legal action, along with a bipartisan group that in fact overrode the veto of a president on JASTA. So justice for the loved ones. And the wounds of that day will never completely heal because we suffered losses that we will never forget. Our friends who lost lives in Connecticut, we gather every year in one of our most beautiful parks, Sherwood Island in Westport, where there is a memorial. Every year, many of those loved ones come for a ceremony that is both solemn and exquisitely beautiful. And every year we lay flowers at that memorial as part of our remembering. But we also know that on that day, first responders rushed toward danger. They ran into burning buildings. And many of the firemen and police from Connecticut spent weeks breathing in toxic chemicals from burning jet fuel and concrete filled with asbestos that has led thousands of them to develop chronic medical conditions that require ongoing medical treatment and consistent monitoring for delayed onset of illnesses such as cancer. And that is why in 2010, Congress created the World Trade Center Health Program to provide health care services with no out-of-pocket costs, none, to those directly impacted. This program treats first responders and survivors for many chronic illnesses and respiratory diseases, including asthma, sinusitis, obstructive pulmonary disease, other kinds of health issues directly associated with the 9/11 attacks that continue to grow and evolve. Over the years, there have been efforts to cut funding for this crucial program. To be clear, let us resolve on this day that defunding the World Trade Center Health Program would be an unforgivable betrayal of the thousands of individuals who risked their lives in the 9/11 attacks. I will continue fighting against any attempt to strip even one first responder or survivor of the health care they deserve. In Connecticut, as of June 2024, 1,365 individuals were enrolled in this program. They deserve that we continue this support. And that is also why I'm proud to join my colleagues in introducing the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. It ensures that the World Trade Center Health Program receives permanent and mandatory funding while updating the outdated funding formula to prevent a shortfall that would put survivors and first responders at risk of losing access to health care. We cannot afford, in terms of conscience and conviction, this betrayal of our solemn obligation to those first responders and their families. And likewise to veterans, thousands of them who now bear the invisible wounds of war, from PTS to the cancer or hypertension or other kinds of medical conditions resulting from their exposure to the poisons and toxic chemicals in burn pits and elsewhere during their fight for our nation in Iraq and Afghanistan. We need to keep faith with them. The PAC Act should be fully funded, robustly supported by Congress, and never abandoned. I will continue to fight to support the PAC Act, but also to support outreach so that more veterans are aware of these benefits and the care that is offered by the Veterans Administration, the screening that can help save them from diseases that will be less severe if they are stopped earlier. Again, cancer is one of the great enemies. So we vow again today, never forget. Those two words are probably repeated on this day, year after year, more often than any other time. Never forget. But never forgetting is more than just words. It is a commitment to honor the memories of the fallen with action. The fallen on 9/11, the fallen who died afterward from diseases that resulted from 9/11, the fallen among our veterans who gave their lives or now suffer medical conditions resulting from their service. We will never forget, in action as well as in words, in deed as well as in rhetoric. That has to be the promise that we keep today. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses. I think we're all repulsed by the skyrocketing hate crimes that have occurred across the country. Connecticut is no different. There have been a number of very concerning hate crimes against both Muslim Americans and Jewish Americans in Connecticut over the past few years. In fact, we've seen 158 anti-Muslim hate crimes reported in 2022, up from 2021, and according to the Anti-Defamation League, there's been a huge increase in anti-Semitic incidents within Connecticut, specifically since 2020. At the University of Connecticut alone this past year, 76 bias complaints were filed by both Jewish and Muslim students detailing incidents of discrimination and hate speech since the conflict in Gaza began on October 7th, 2023. The numbers reflect only a small part of the problem, because there has also been a failure or a lapse in reporting hate crimes. And I know that our witnesses have called attention to that problem. There is a real need for more robust data in reporting hate crimes, and the reality is that the government statistics really fail to give us a full picture. With your invaluable help, Ms. Berry, we've begun to make progress on this problem since 2021 and the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. I led that effort in the Senate with Senator Moran. Key provisions of that act provide for grant programs, as you know, to incentivize state and local law enforcement agencies to better adopt hate crimes reporting measures that align with best practices. And yet, despite these efforts, we still see insufficient data related to hate crimes on campuses, as well as in the community in general. So my question to you, with my thanks for your cooperation, your help on these measures, what can we do to support law enforcement's effort on reporting and build on the work that we started with the No Hate Crime Act?
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, for the incredible work that you and your staff did on securing passage of the COVID-19 and Jabara Hire No Hate Act.
Thank you.
As you said, it made a significant improvement. 3 years later, we are seeing additional community-based grants being issued by the Department of Justice that are attempting to address the problem of underreporting. Grants that are going to law enforcement agencies, 100,000 or more. Have you reported hate crimes? Have you not? It's the issue of addressing the affirmative zero. It's hard to believe the number of municipalities and states in our country where they report that not a single hate crime has occurred. So all of that, I think, has been tremendous progress. But you are correct in noting we're nowhere near where we need to be. And I think one of the most important things that we can do, and this is actually a change since we originally did the Jabara Hire No Hate Act to where we are now, is that there's an increase in supporting the measures of getting to mandatory reporting. How do we get to meaningful mandatory reporting? Can we tie it to funds that are already received by local law enforcement so that we can make sure participation in this is possible. The second part of this is we've also had a transition in the way that we report hate crime. And I think I can't stress enough the importance of NIBRS, our new National Incident-Based Reporting System. It really does allow a local agency to go in, having reported a hate crime and perhaps missed it, to then upload it and be able to include it in that. So the importance of that is tremendous. The issue there is, are we getting all of the agencies to participate? And regrettably, we continue to see not enough agencies having fully transitioned to that.
Do any of the other witnesses have any thoughts or perspectives on reporting?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Yes, I think one challenging aspect of reporting involves the lack of clear definitions. A recent study found, for example, that almost half of adult Americans don't know what the word anti-Semitism means, and those are the people willing to admit that in a survey. So I think the importance of clear definitions would only help with reporting.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Senator,
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think also that it needs to, online and other ways, to make it so that people understand not necessarily the road of definitions, but the tools, the support, the Meta is one of the people working with us on this Eradicate Hate potential project, the clearinghouse idea that people can find information from social media if they say, oh, I've been a victim of a hate crime, to get the resources. And I think the easier we make it for people to get the resources they need, the more reporting we'll see.
Thank you. My time has expired. This topic is hugely important and complex and challenging, and I want to thank all of you for being here. Again, my thanks to Ms. Berry in particular for your tremendous work on this issue. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr.
Now we have Senator Blumenthal on border security.
I have one word for Project 2025. Forget about it. That may sound like 3 words, but in Brooklyn, it's 1 word.
It's on the Brooklyn Bridge. Go on the Brooklyn Bridge, they say. Forget about it.
There is probably no topic on which the Trump-Vance views align more exactly with Project 2025 than on immigration. It is extreme, cruel, inhumane, and draconian. It would adopt police state tactics to break down doors, invade people's homes, and it would involve the threat of deportation 3 million dreamers. But it also would wreak havoc on local economies because it contemplates deporting people who are here legally right now who are vital to businesses and to universities. Project 2025 calls for a drastic reduction to legal immigration, which would undermine our economy, our workforce, by slashing programs that allow small businesses to hire temporary workers and make it harder for universities to recruit talented students from abroad. We're a nation of immigrants. On this podium, we know we are a nation of immigrants. Democrats believe in immigration because immigration have made and will continue to make our country the greatest in the world, and we all have an immigrant story. Most of us do. My dad came to this country in 1935 to escape persecution in Germany. He had not much more than the shirt on his back. He spoke virtually no English, and he knew no one. This country gave him a chance to succeed. That story is the same for most of you, and like my dad, most of your relatives would be deported under Project 2025. There's no doubt that our immigration system is broken. The system at the border is broken. The visa system is broken. It isn't working for folks who are here or people who want to come here. And it also isn't working for our communities and our businesses who rely on temporary workers to fulfill critical roles. That's why Democrats spent months negotiating with Republicans and developed a compromise border bill. That bill was the strongest border security bill in a generation. It was endorsed by the National Border Patrol Council and the Union of Border Patrol Agents, and we all know what happened. I'm not going to go through the details. They're well known to everyone. Republicans killed it because Republicans under orders from Donald Trump, would rather talk about the border than act to fix it. And because they have a different plan for their party taking power, it's a terrifying, draconian police state in which family separation is the law of the land, due process is discarded, and private prison contractors make millions while dreamers are deported. Project 2025 would dismantle the DACA program that has given thousands of young people who know no other country than America the ability to study, work, and give back to the communities they call home, our communities, where they are our friends, our co-workers, fellow students. In effect, it demands we turn our backs on people seeking safety and refuge, which has always been the hallmark of America. The lady who stands at the harbor of New York with a beacon of hope and opportunity for this country has always been about the American dream. Project 2025 is a draconian end to that American dream. And it isn't America. We don't want to live in it. And we should reject it.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to this very distinguished panel for being here today. You know, I think this case is wrong. I think the conclusion is wrong by the Supreme Court. I think that its reasoning here is so deeply and desperately flawed. But most important, I think the opinion is completely unpersuasive to the American people. The idea that there is this conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority will have no meaning to the American people, even if it has some meaning to other courts, which I doubt. The court cited almost no authority for its core conclusions here. The longstanding Supreme Court precedent requires it to balance branches' competing interests when there are separation of powers questions. It never engaged in that kind of balancing or cited precedent. It pointed to language from Youngstown Sheet and Tube versus Sawyer, recognizing, quote, the president's authority to act necessarily stems either from an act of Congress or from the Constitution itself. And then it went on with reasoning that is almost impossible to follow. And the opinion was by the Chief Justice of the United States. I think the court really committed a self-inflicted wound here at a time when its credibility is already plummeting. For the Chief Justice of the United States to engage in this kind of substandard opinion, I think is a tragedy. Even if you agree with the result, even if you think there should be some degree of immunity, the quality of this opinion, I think, is so deeply unpersuasive and will be so to the American people that I think it will be a lasting stain on the court. So I want to ask about that wound that the court has inflicted in this opinion, self-inflicted wound that is among others that it has imposed on itself. Mr. Lacavara, maybe you can talk about how the court's credibility is essential to its exercise of power and how destroying that credibility, and I think this partisan divide on this committee reflects what the American people are thinking, which is justices are just politicians in robes. And They've been cited for conflicts of interest. They take cruises on people's boats. They fly on other people's planes. And they're engaged in this political exercise and then put out opinions that seem to have no real persuasive power. What does that do to the court?
Senator, I think that's the perhaps the most upsetting part to me of this decision, that it reinforces what is a growing lack of confidence in the court. And for me and for many others who have spent their lives venerating the Supreme Court and trying to promote the importance of the rule of law as exemplified by the rules laid down by the Supreme Court, it's particularly destructive for the court, and I think you've aptly termed it, to impose upon itself a self-inflicted wound. There was a famous article called the Least Dangerous Branch, which was written back, I think, in the 1950s, and it was in the context of both the court's role in trying to disestablish segregation and push forward civil liberties of various kinds. And the point of the article was the court depends for the effectiveness of its rulings on public acceptance. At the last analysis, it's the effect of the court depends on the public's belief that the decisions are honest, honorable, well justified, and persuasively explained. And I think this decision fails those tests, and that is, in my view, the most troublesome aspect of it.
The court has no armies, it has no police force. It depends on public acceptance and its own credibility for enforcement and obeyance. And, you know, I was a law clerk, like a couple of the members of this panel, for a Supreme Court justice. I've argued 4 cases in the United States Supreme Court. I have the utmost respect, in fact, reverence for the Supreme Court as an institution. And I am so deeply saddened by where this opinion and others and some of the violations of decent ethics standards are taking the court these days. My time has expired. Again, my thanks to all of you for being here. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to each of you, thank you.
We've been talking a little bit about inspectors. Those 11 inspectors were designated in reaction to the January 5th incident, correct?
They were part of the holistic response to the January 5th.
So it was essentially reactive.
Yes.
Those 11 inspectors are for the Renton plant, or are there others for other plants?
So by end of year, we'll have 13 in Renton, in Everett, and in Charleston each.
Now, Renton is 1.1 million square feet with 12,000 employees. Those 11 inspectors are just a token force, correct?
They're not there to run the quality system. They're there to oversee the quality system. So they're able to, that number of inspectors allows them to go to each station. So there are, I think, a dozen stations in the build process, and talk to the employees that are working on those.
So they don't actually do the kind of hands-on quality control. You're still depending on Boeing employees to look at the parts, to review the assembly, to watch what's going on. We continue to have the delegation of that authority to Boeing employees, correct?
It's not a delegation of authority. The manufacturer is responsible for the quality assurance system and the quality management system. The inspectors are there to make sure they have a robust quality management system and it's functioning, and the KPIs that we look at every week are telling us whether that's working or not working.
So they are not really responsible for the quality inspections, the actual hands-on.
The actual inspections are done by the Boeing quality inspectors. And for the 737 MAX, there are close to 1,600 inspection points that happen during construction. And that's done by Boeing employees, and we provide oversight into that process.
Hence, there is validity to the claims of whistleblowers who come to us and say, you know, mechanics are looking at the guy next to them as quality control. That's the quality control, or reviewing their own work.
Well, certainly for key inspections, they always get two sets of eyes. So that for matters around fit and finish, form and function, those always have two sets of eyes. There are some inspections that are done by the people that complete the work, but not the crucial inspections.
This ODA or inspection and the system has been controversial for some time, as you know. And I think that the 13 inspectors who will be there by the end of the year are inadequate to the task of really assuring the public that there is quality control by an objective and independent entity. That's just a fact of life. If it's Boeing employees looking at their own colleagues' work, it's very different from an FAA quality inspection. And I think that number, as I think you have acknowledged, is not sufficient to cover that kind of quality control. Let me just go into the January 5th incident. After that door plug blew out, you said, quote, the FAA should have had much better visibility into what was happening at Boeing before January 5th. One of the FAA officials interviewed by the NTSB as part of its investigation of the January incident said that FAA's relationship with Boeing was positive. One said it was, quote, excellent. Another said it was, quote, open, honest, transparent, and timely. Are you satisfied that the relationship with Boeing now is open, honest, transparent, and timely?
I don't rely on the relationship being any of those things. It's more of a verification approach, which is why we have the inspectors on the ground and why we have the key performance metrics that we can measure going forward. These are very objective outcomes of the production process and give us a very clear picture of the health of that system. But to your earlier point, the system was too reactive, and I think overall with the oversight system that we've had, it's been too static and not dynamic enough to adjust to circumstances that change. So it may stay in place until it doesn't work anymore, and that's not the right approach. It needs to change as circumstances change. So we're revisiting that approach, not just for the overseeing manufacturers, but all aspects of the national airspace.
I think you testified that you foresee changes in Boeing, and especially in its safety culture, coming at some point, perhaps years from now. Doesn't it have to be like weeks from now? Isn't there an urgency here?
Well,
isn't this company seriously in jeopardy?
I think that change management with a company with 170,000 employees takes a long time. So the comprehensive plan has a lot of front loading on things that can be done quickly, like the tool and parts tracking technology that's most manufacturers would have had already. They bring that up to our current standards.
But just to interrupt, and I apologize, Boeing has been promising these changes for a long time, right? I mean, yes, cultural change does take time, but Boeing, going back years now, would have been criminally charged, except it promised change. And it was spared that prosecution on that promise. It broke the promise. And now it's being criminally prosecuted. Why hasn't the FAA said, you were on probation in effect, you have to do it now?
So I think we effectively have by capping production. So they cannot grow to where they need to grow without having these 6 metrics in the green, stable, and a plan to grow safely. And I think that's the big difference between now and previous efforts. If they don't do that, they don't grow. And if they don't grow, they're not going to be able to achieve profitability. So I think we do have the right strictures in place to make this happen. I think it would be not possible to have company-wide culture change in a matter of months. I think it's going to take years. I think those employees that you surveyed, a lot of them aren't going to believe it until they've seen it for years. They need to hear it from their leaders. They need to hear it from the vice presidents. They need to hear it from the mid-level managements, and they need to hear it for years. So we know that takes a long time. But there are a lot of aspects of this that have been rolled out and are being rolled out. Safety management is also another thing that should not take as long as is indicated, 2027, and we are going to work to try to accelerate that as one of the conditions of this plan. But it takes a long time to get that. That's part of the culture of safety, and it takes a long time to change that safety.
Well, my time has expired on this round. I'd like to pursue some of these questions. I respect that you sought to answer them, and I'll follow them. But let me just say, I'm not a business school graduate or a business CEO, but this company has had a lot of time to achieve change, a lot of time. And the ranking member is partly correct that maybe perfection can't be achieved, but it has to be the goal when you put an airplane up in the air. We ought to have zero tolerance for risk to the extent we can eliminate it. In other words, needless risk when you manufacture an airplane is reckless. Maybe not when you make a pen. There is a margin of error when you make a pen. If it doesn't work, I'll get another one. If the airplane isn't working up in the air, people die, and people have died. And so I'm going to yield to the ranking member. Thanks, Senator Ossoff. Well, in fact, the FAA and yourself acknowledge that there need to be changes and reforms to make the FAA a stronger oversight mechanism.
It's a major priority of mine, yes.
I want to come back to how you do that in terms of compelling culture change. And you mentioned that Boeing is under a cap, 38 aircraft a month. In 2018, Boeing built as many as 52 planes per month. But that production rate was significantly impacted by supply chain disruption during the pandemic. And since then, Boeing's rate of 737 production was significantly lower, as you know. In fact, on average in 2013, Boeing produced about 21 planes per month. So 38 planes per month is well above what they would be producing anyway. How is that a kind of disciplinary measure?
So we have the cap in place to drive the kind of analysis and work that a safety management system would normally produce. So at this point in time—
But they're not producing fewer airplanes than they would otherwise. How does the cap get their attention, so to speak?
Because Boeing is quite aware that they're not going to increase production on any of these aircraft that are now being measured with these 6 KPIs, unless those KPIs are in the green and they're stable and they have a plan for growth that's in the green. And that's the kind of behavior you would expect from a company with a robust SMS system.
But wouldn't it be more effective if it were significantly lower?
We haven't seen a need to lower that. Boeing lowered production on their own, which we wanted to encourage. We didn't want them to feel like they had to keep the number high. But having said that, we are in the state now where we are monitoring these KPIs with them on a weekly and monthly basis, and they're very aware that they need to keep those in the green to produce more aircraft.
Well, I would submit culture change is not going to come with these kinds of, forgive me, half measures that in effect impose some hypothetical cap that the company is nowhere near meeting for years and years. You won't have change when the effect of the cap won't be felt for years and years. What other measures can you do to achieve culture change?
Well, the culture change is going to come through a lot of employee outreach and education programs. And
but you don't do education.
We don't, but we oversee their efforts in this regard, and that's part of the comprehensive plan.
Well, let me submit, and I'm going to take a page from Senator Hawley's book here. If the CEO had his compensation capped, or hers, and if those caps applied to management across the board and deep into management until culture change were achieved, rather than some imaginary cap that will apply only years from now, wouldn't that have more of effect, that is capping compensation and making it conditional on culture change?
And that would certainly be beyond my authorities to implement. But what I can assure you is that Boeing will not be permitted to increase production on aircraft until those KPIs are in the green and stable.
But if you set a lower production rate and you said to shareholders, the only way you're going to increase production rate from 5 aircraft a month is to cap employee compensation, and you can do that right away, or you said that to the CEO, you might not be able to direct it or order it, but it would get their attention.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying there are other ways perhaps that the FAA can be proactive and aggressive rather than reactive, in my view.
And we'll certainly look at that.
More than a decade ago, the FAA proposed a fine against Boeing, as you probably know, for installing what are known as non-conforming parts. They're parts that don't meet the design or quality specifications. In 2021, the FAA settled several enforcement actions with Boeing, again, for installing non-conforming parts on aircraft. In June, this subcommittee shared accounts from whistleblowers, including Sam Mohawk. He's currently a Boeing quality assurance investigator in Renton, alleging these practices are still occurring, that is, the use of non-conforming parts. The memo we released earlier today validates what those whistleblowers have been saying. The special audit conducted by the FAA earlier this year found several instances of alleged noncompliance relating to Boeing and its supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, practices of documenting and handling non-conforming parts. Could you tell us what actions, if any, did the FAA require as a result of the alleged non-compliance during the special audit, and were those actions completed?
So with respect to whistleblower complaints, of course, those matters get investigated separately, but the part management generally was a finding of the audits, and as was tool management. In both of these areas, there are technologies that allow significant improvement in how these things are tracked, both tools and parts, and Boeing is deploying those technologies as part of the comprehensive plan.
What assurance have you received that they're employing those technologies? Because I'll tell you, according to the letter that I received just yesterday from Sam Mohawk, and I'm going to make it part of the record without objection, Boeing still hasn't complied with the year-old FAA order intended to address some of the non-conforming parts issues. So my question is what you're going to do to make them comply.
Yeah, happy to look at that information. My understanding is that the part and tool technology is being piloted now on the factory floor, but that of course has come to a halt with the work stoppage that's in place. But the plan was to complete the pilot program and then roll it out system-wide.
So it's only a pilot program so far.
It's any new technology like this would start as a pilot and then be rolled out after the bugs are out of it.
Has the FAA ever considered suspending Boeing's production certificate?
What we have done is take away the right to write airworthiness certificates. So that's the thing that gives us the most control over the aircraft, not only in making sure that we control the rate, but it also has Boeing giving us an aircraft that they're declaring to be complete, and then we do a separate inspection to re-inspect the aircraft.
Let me ask you about whistleblowers. You know, we've heard from more than 15 of them over the course of just this investigation, and there are many more complaints before the FAA about behavior that they've witnessed or practices that they saw occur in Boeing. Many of these whistleblowers are not informed about the results of investigations that are conducted as a result of their complaints made to the FAA. They have to submit an FOI request, and it takes at least 9 months, sometimes longer. Why did the FAA decide that whistleblowers were no longer entitled to the results of investigations spurred by their complaints?
My understanding of the process is that is there to protect not only the outcome, but the identity of witnesses interviewed and the like. But I'm happy to take that back and see if there are ways to make that process work better.
Well, the identity of witnesses could always be redacted, right? And to the extent there are other kinds of classified information or whatever, it could be removed as well. But to give them no results unless they file an FOI seems counterproductive because it discourages them from coming forward, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, and I will take that as a to-do.
I know you have the authority to conduct unannounced audits, don't you?
We do.
Do you routinely?
There are various types of audits. The kind that are largely paperwork audits, reviewing quality assurance manuals and the like, tend to be scheduled so that we can get all the paperwork and the right people in the room. The audits that take place on the floor of business processes and the like tend to be unscheduled.
But you routinely give Boeing notice before the audits. I'm told that no less than 48 hours.
They can be spontaneous. We do audits with no notice.
How often?
I can try to get a breakdown for you on that.
I would appreciate it because I'm told that that all of the audits, in fact, are done with prior notice to Boeing, and the result is that, in effect, they clean up their act.
No, I do know that there are audits that happen just from walking the floor. If an inspector sees something, he can go over and ask to see where are your business instructions and what's the source data and where are the tools and all those types of things. So that they do happen spontaneously, and that's one of the advantages of having inspectors on the floor.
Let me ask you, do you look for or investigate retaliation when it's alleged by Boeing whistleblowers?
If there are allegations of retaliation, we refer those to the Department of Labor, who does an investigation. But we are certainly emphasizing with Boeing that there needs to be a non-retaliatory, non-punitive process in place to have that safety culture that they need.
Does the FAA consider retaliation in its assessment of Boeing's safety culture?
Absolutely.
And do you agree that retaliation has an impact on whether future whistleblowers come forward?
Absolutely.
When was the last time you took action against Boeing because of retaliation?
I think that rests with the Department of Labor for specific acts of retaliation.
I'm sorry, the Department of...
The Department of Labor investigates retaliatory actions.
And you refer those
We
cases?
refer those, yes.
How many have you referred?
I'll have to get that information for you.
Well, I would appreciate that because, you know, again, part of the whistleblower complaints to us have been that the FAA has failed to consider retaliation as part of the safety culture and has failed to take action when retaliation has happened. So I would appreciate that additional information.
I will do that.
And again, also the information about unannounced audits.
Yes, sir.
How often and whether it's a matter of policy that you do it. Have you looked at alternatives to ODA?
So ODA is happens mostly on the design and certification, in the design and certification process. There's actually fairly limited designation of authority in the production process itself. The most significant delegation of authority happens with the right to issue airworthiness certificates, and we have revoked that from Boeing.
As you know, I authored a number of provisions that were included in the Aircraft Certification, Safety, and Accountability Act, which included one provision to study ODA and, among other things, identify improvements to ODA or options for transition to an alternative certification program. And Congress mandated an expert panel review of ODA. I was disappointed and didn't mandate that there be alternatives to ODA considered. The expert panel, though, concluded and released a pretty scathing report detailing 9 recommendations for the FAA to carry out of more than 50. In February, you testified before the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, quote, "We've tasked Meter to give us a view on what the options are. I think it's important that we look at all options on the table and understand how do we make changes that are going to give us a different result than we've had." Has that study been completed, and will you commit to sharing its results with us?
That study has not been completed, but I will certainly share those results with you.
What is the status of the implementation of the 9 recommendations?
I don't have information on that, but I will also provide that to you.
Is the FAA planning any additional changes in oversight of Boeing based on the expert panel's recommendations?
There have been a number of panels. The Part 103 panel has come up with a series of recommendations as well, and all of those recommendations have informed the comprehensive plan. But that plan is also a living document, so we're always looking for improvements or other ways that we can improve oversight.
You mentioned that Boeing has a comprehensive safety plan. It was submitted to the FAA in May of this year. I am a little bit skeptical that Boeing's plan will make any meaningful improvement unless there is strong oversight and intervention by the FAA. That culture change simply isn't going to come without a significant push by the FAA. And that safety plan contains recycled information and more promises, empty commitments Boeing has made for years. For example, testimony to the NTSB confirmed that the, quote, key performance indicators, which you mentioned, are comprised of data that Boeing has had and tracked for years, and the FAA reached a settlement agreement with Boeing in 2015 that included many of the exact same commitments. Boeing is simply recycling its safety plan. Why does the FAA think Boeing will do anything different if it's simply recycling the same promises and commitments?
So it's a valid question, and I think it's not surprising that it's some of the same KPIs because it's some of the same problems that exist at Boeing that existed before. That's why we're doing some things differently this time. with the inspectors on the ground, with the KPIs and with the production caps. And of course, the Department of Justice is also looking at installing a monitor to ensure compliance. So we are aware of the failures last time and in previous times, and we intend to hold them to this.
Well, what I would appreciate from you is an action plan, a set of requirements that maybe look like they can't be fulfilled under the current trajectory of quality and safety, because they are more demanding than business as usual. I think that the business as usual approach, the reactive approach, is doomed to failure. And you have an opportunity, in fact, a moment here, as still a new administrator dealing with a new world for Boeing, because it is a company that is staring into the abyss of possible failure. And it's a crisis of its own making, not the thousands of hardworking, skilled people on the assembly lines, but its management. And in fact, those workers on the assembly line deserve better from management, and so does the traveling public, because even if they are close to highly skilled production at this point, the traveling public may still have doubts, and that will undermine the confidence of airline travel as a whole. So I am hoping that we can hear from you about more specifics. Some of it you've promised to provide. I am still looking for alternatives to ODA. I know that the FAA has revoked Boeing's ability to issue airworthy certificates for the 737 and 787 aircraft, meaning that at the end of each aircraft's assembly process, you, the FAA, not Boeing ODA employees, decide whether to allow the aircraft to enter service. But I still have serious concerns about the independence of Boeing's ODA employees, the independence, not their skills or competence, but their objectivity and independence if they're paid by Boeing, even when the FAA performs the final inspection. What I don't understand, maybe you can explain, how can FAA airworthiness inspection at the end of all the manufacturing process catch problems that occurred during the build process on the assembly floor if they're not detected in real time at that point?
Well, there's a fairly extensive checklist that they go through with each aircraft. So that does include some invasive testing and examination, but particularly being able to get underneath the passenger area and up above, they're able to do a pretty thorough inspection.
I'm also still concerned about whistleblower protections. I think the FAA needs to do more and do it more quickly and more effectively. We've talked a little bit about how it can. And I'm hopeful that the information about audits and whether there's prior notice will be forthcoming. You've agreed to provide it. I think that none of us want Boeing to fail. On the contrary, we want Boeing's success. We need it, as I said earlier. And the FAA has a vital role in safety, as you well know, but I think being more aggressive and proactive and forcing a change in culture means the FAA sometimes has to be the bad guy here. It has to compel change and make sure that we're not just recycling past commitments and promises that have proved to be empty at the end of the day.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you very much. Really appreciate your being here. The ranking member promised that we wouldn't beat up on you. And we are on the same team, I hope, insofar as we have the same objective. But our investigation will continue, and we hope the FAA will be a positive partner in this effort.
Absolutely, sir. No, we will do that, and we've got a list of follow-ups, so we'll communicate with your staff.
Thank you. This record will remain open for 15 days for any additional comments or questions by any of the subcommittee members. Senator Butler indicated she might have some, and my other colleagues may as well. And again, my thanks for being here, Administrator Whitaker.
Great.
Thank you. And with that, worries, because they're on the firing line. They're the ones who often are targets, and they're outmatched when their adversaries, criminals, have these kinds of devices that can convert semi-automatics into automatics. And even if you say they should be permitted to some extent, I'm wondering whether gun manufacturers don't have a responsibility to make devices that they sell safer. And I know that Senator Hirono kind of raised PLACA. I have been a longtime advocate of repealing PLACA and enabling litigants who have been harmed the opportunity to take action against gun manufacturers, just as they do against manufacturers of cars, toasters, most consumer products, all consumer products, except some that are given a specific exemption. So, Mr. Ludwig, let me ask you, are there ways that private litigants, if given the right to take action, and I was Attorney General of the state of Connecticut for some 20 years, but I used to welcome the people I called private attorneys general, who vindicated the public interest by taking action on their own behalf. Would gun manufacturers have more of an incentive to make their products safer and to avoid the kind of advertising that they do now, often appealing to young men, as a matter of their manhood, if there were the right of individuals to take action in our courts?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I'm an economist. I look at data for a living. We haven't had lots of these regulations in the past, so we don't have a lot of data to look at what would happen in the case of firearms specifically, but we can look at other consumer products where we've changed incentives for manufacturers. I mentioned automobiles earlier. There's a long list of examples of whether it's regulation or whether it's litigation, where we've changed incentives for manufacturers to improve the safety of their products, and we've seen big improvements in product safety in response.
Let me ask other witnesses whether they have a view on that question. Ms. Sanchez-Gomez, do you have an opinion?
Thank you, Senator. As a litigator, I know that litigation is an incredibly powerful tool in creating incentives for any industry, and the gun industry in particular, to change its behavior to address problems that it knows its products are causing in communities. And I think the repeal of PLACA would be an incredible step in that direction.
Ms. O'Donnell?
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't litigate anything, but I think if anything to get these high-powered and fast-firing weapons off the streets is great.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. We'll just Give my colleague a moment to get settled in.